Well, it's about time I take on the movie that single-handedly ruined all movies in the 1980s. Oh, that's right. I was forced to watch this movie that clearly wasn't made for me, and I am most certainly not happy about it, and I am going to judge you for liking it. As you all may know, dead teenagers and excessive levels of slasher violence did not exist in movies up until this point, which is gonna be huge news for Herschel Gordon Lewis. The original Friday the 13th was a huge commercial success, bringing in $39 million domestically against a $550,000 budget, and an additional advertising campaign which even began before the script was finished. I don't like it when slasher movies finish the script, then I can't criticize it for not having a script. The film's success opened the floodgates for the standard 1980s slasher film, which is totally Friday the 13th's fault, because they should have seen that coming and ceased production so that a snooty prick like me wouldn't have to watch them. Frankly, I didn't know that there could be treasure found in a pile of trash, but it is considered to be one of the more well-made or serviceable slasher film entries. I will be the judge of that, says the man, predetermined to hate it. The film is directed by Shaun, who made the movie just before buying Christine off of George LeBay. 1958, you say? Not buying it. Where are the hula hoops, the poodle skirts, or the American graffiti? Back in the 50s, campers were often asked to sleep as if they were lined up in a POW camp. Well, there's the real star of the movie, the soundtrack that sounds like someone brushing their teeth, and then exhaling a breath of freshly minted air.
Milk and honey on the other side. Hallelujah.
That was my least favorite Chubby Checker song. These kids need to get with the times. Now they're off to have 50s sex, and they're done. Say, baby, what do you say we do it next to this stack of whites-only signs? Too bad they're about to get killed before they can show the world their invention of late 70s, early 80s hairstyles. Oh shit, hey, don't mind us. We just heard there's a slasher film here, and we desperately want to die.
We weren't doing anything, we were just messing up.
For this cinematographer, there will be no take two. See, you might think it was the serial killer that did her off, but really, it was the whooping cough. Oh, god damn it, you broke the screen! That's gonna be 30 years of bad movies! Wait, Tom Savini did the effects? How is that possible? He no longer has a head! Also, not buying that this is the present either. This looks nothing like 2013. We open with a girl on her way to church before acting in this sinful movie. You see, kids, back then, we had to use our payphones in giant hollowed-out cherries.
Excuse me, how far is Camp Crystal Lake from here?
They actually just misheard her. They're not sure if she's talking about Camp Crystal Lake, the Pet Cemetery, or the moors. At least they're being subtle about it.
Good to Camp Blood, ain't you? God damn it, Ralph, get out of here. Go on, get!
Angela's a boy!
It's got a death curse.
He's off to go tell the same thing to Alfred Packer. This isn't the first time shady shit has happened around the camp.
Did Christy tell you about the 2 kids murdered in 58? Huh? Boy drowning in 57? A bunch of fires? Nobody knows who did any of them. In 1962, they was gonna open up, the water was bad.
Bad water? Was the killer just really lazy that year and decided to shit in the water? Because I'm pretty sure they drink out of the lake anyway. Looks like he's trying to tell Sarah Gilbert to quit before they win the lottery.
Quit. Quit now.
Quit? Why would I want to quit?
They've already net grafted me with a special effect. Well, you're gonna end up here anyway, so might as well drop you off at the cemetery to save you a trip and all. More naive young people, you may ask? We now return to Marion Ravenwood, the college years already in progress. Hey, that sign doesn't say Camp Blood. Those town folk are full of shit. And god damn it, Geraldo, for the last time, no one wants to look at you with your shirt off.
I'm Steve Fisty.
Hey,
Marcy
this is
Jenner.
Marcy. I'm Ned Rubenstein.
Welcome to Camp Crystal Lake.
Thank you.
Ooh, the actress playing Marcy was in The Royal Romance of Charles and Diana with Ray Milland, who was in The Last Tycoon with Teresa Russell, who was in Wild Things with Kevin Bacon. Yeah! This right here is Alice. She's the survival type, literally.
You draw very well.
For someone who draws nude portraits of James Coco.
You're very talented. You're very pretty.
I don't like how it's implying that she's sexual. That goes against my virgin survivor theory, and I need that to criticize the movie. Oh, and, nanu. The group of dead teenagers are here to fix up Camp Crystal Lake, which has been recently purchased by Steve Christie, so that it can open its doors back up after years of bad luck.
You neglected to mention that downtown they call this place Camp Blood.
And that's okay, the movie's mentioned it like 5 times already. There's no fixing things up montage, but they make do.
Ta-da!
Are you crazy?
Hey, he's the comic relief! Let him try to kill you, so long as it's funny.
You know, you're beautiful when you're angry, sweetheart.
That is a terrible impression of Mobster Rocky from the Looney Tunes. By the way, I'm not exactly sure why they keep hiding the identity of the killer from us. Oh, look at the box cover. They should know exactly who the killer is. Look, they're clearly living inside of his pancreas. Besides, we all know Jason is the killer anyway. It's fun to act clueless and stupid. First they're killing teenagers, and now they're kidnapping the music from Psycho? For shame. Ah, she's fine, but I am gonna miss her singing voice. The killer had better be careful. Looks like one of them knows karate. Hang on, is that a Super Bowl ring? The killer is Ray Finkel!
Oh, oh! Something's wrong with Ned.
Really? You're gonna fall for this?
Come on, Ned.
Hurry up, Come on, Ned. Come on.
Now, if only he can test this same move out on Wendy Peppercorn. At least there's one manly man in the bunch. I hate you, ants! I hate you, ants! No time for that. There's a snake on the loose.
I'll flush it out.
It's fun. They have fun. They just need to get John Candy in here with a shotgun lamp to shoot it in the ass. Jesus. Or just kill it, I guess.
Well, at least we know what's for dinner.
You just killed the snake, Deodato, and the offensiveness does not stop there. That is incredibly offensive towards white guys who love racial stereotypes.
Well, there's no crazy people around here, right?
I told you to sit on it, Tonto.
To be fair, he is a better Tonto than Johnny Depp. By the way, Party Cop's dad is a real narc.
You kids keep your noses clean, understand? We ain't gonna stand for no weirdness out here.
Sorry. Thought there was an exit there. Sorry, just let me back it on up and get out of here. And way to lie to the cops. They had multiple pot all along.
Messenger of God.
Well, now how in the hell long was he in there? If no one opened that door, was he planning on staying in there all night? Well, at least he picked the room with the food in it so he wouldn't starve to death.
This place is cursed. Cursed.
We've had people call this place doomed, cursed, Camp Blood. You know, if it were me, I'd still stay. At least I'd know I'd get laid first.
I think we just met Ralph.
I'm gonna wreck it! One more for the road, Crazy Ralph. Ugh, such a ripoff of Friday the 13th Part 2. Shit, they just realized this movie has no good ideas. Dude, what are you doing by yourself? Didn't you see Scream? Slasher movies are good when they're annoyingly meta.
Hello?
I wonder who that was, because I'll tell you this much, it wasn't Betsy Palmer. At least these two stick together.
Look, Nettie's gonna do whatever Nettie wants to do, you know? It's gonna storm.
You sure? You sure that wasn't just someone shining a light on your face? Thank God we take some time out to get to know these characters.
I've had this dream about 5 or 6 times where I'm in a thunderstorm.
Mm-hmm.
And it's raining really hard. It sounds like pebbles when it hits the ground. I can hear it. I try to block out the...
Kevin Bacon! That's the actor sitting next door. Well, I would have made that earlier round of 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon a lot easier. Your tongue is like an arrow piercing through my throat.
Jack and Marcy are gonna get drenched.
They'll be fine so long as a bucket of water isn't draining down over their door too. Since there's no orgy in the script, guess they gotta find something else to do.
I know what we can do. We're going to play Monopoly.
Oh, now how can you play Monopoly? There isn't a McDonald's around for miles.
We're going to play Strip Monopoly.
Sorry, waiting 3 hours to see some titty only to end up broken in jail does not sound appealing to me. These two have the right idea. The weird thing is that they know that body is there. It's kind of their thing. Hey now, what is she doing smoking weed? I was told slasher survivors practice more abstinence than a garbage disposal. What the hell? At least I can predict that these two are about to die.
Yo, where you going?
Gotta pee.
Oh, baby, that's what my mouth is for. Is she gone? Is she gone? Okay, action. Boy, am I glad they cut that last shot out of the theatrical version. I hate it when my slasher movies contain slashings in them, just like I also hate it when comedies don't cut out the funny parts. Good thing she heard none of that.
I said, Lizzie, you'll always be playing.
She's speaking old school. She's ready for that close-up. Which is an axe to the face. Looks like they got a good game going on here.
Worst run of bad luck since Richard Nixon.
Topical. I would say she has a nice bod, but I don't want to Iran contradict myself. Yeah. They're certainly playing the game right. Once it's over, you do not get your clothes back. Steve Christie, meanwhile, is busy dressing up like a lemon so he can belly flop onto little girls' lemonade stands, or maybe he's just gonna fuck this lime. This is smart thinking. Most people only think of emptying their bowels after death, but she remembers that fresh breath on a corpse is still very important. The worst part of this is she won't get to finish reading 50 Shades of Grey. Spoiler alert, the anus did it.
Hello?
Just a little tip. If you hear someone calling out in the middle of the night during a thunderstorm, don't go outside. Just call someone. This has been Cowardly Cinema Snob's Tips for Children. I think she just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time when the killer was really after Mike Kellen. Alice and Bill don't see anything, but that could be because they're looking out a window that looks suspiciously boarded up. They do, however, find some clues on their own.
What is going on?
You're on the Joe Schmo Show! Crap, they can't hang their wet clothes up to dry now. The clothesline has been cut. Plus, Jack Torrance took out their engine, so now they're stuck. But is this really the work of a killer? Could this all just be good old-fashioned superstition?
Not bad enough to have Friday the 13th. We gotta have a full moon, too. We keep statistics. We have more accidents, more rapes, more robberies, more homicides, more of everything when there's a full moon.
Okay, that doesn't sound like it's the full moon's fault. That just sounds like you have a really shitty police force. Oh fuck, this is a surprise. The sign did it.
Oh, hi. What are you doing out in this mess?
Well, it's his fault for walking right into the goddamn machete. Bill, meanwhile, is looking around for something cool so he can react to it by saying groovy. And Alice is preparing a late-night snack. Oh, gross! Crazy Ralph took a crap in the damn rice bucket! If the dead bodies aren't gonna turn up, you just gotta find them yourself. To be fair, what was he doing levitating himself up against a door? Oh hey look, she's competent. That's not something you read about in the reviews. I would say that a lot of these movies actually have stronger lead female characters than most action films, but I would lose my snob card for that one. Don't worry about her, the worst is yet to come. She later went on to work for Jerry Falwell. And here's the part where Alice gets taken to safety and goes home, clearly.
How are you? Well, I'm Mrs. Voorhees, an old friend of the Christies.
Why is Jason going by the name Mrs. Voorhees? Wait a minute, is that Betsy Palmer if I've got a secret?
I just popped my zipper.
I don't know.
No, it's not.
Gentlemen.
I can't stand up tonight if I have to.
They wanted to get Charles Nelson Riley for the part, but he was too busy playing a nurse in Naked Massacre.
All right, I'll go look.
No, please don't leave me. They'll kill you too.
I'm not afraid.
And to be fair, Betsy is, very creepy in this. Especially considering how she only took on the role because she needed a new car, and she even called the script a piece of shit. But even with that said, she doesn't sleepwalk through this film. Playing the deranged mother of a drowned child, she weaves between smiling sincerity and sadistic madwoman with ease and even dignity.
The counselors weren't paying any attention. They were making love while that young boy drowned. His name was Jason.
He's about 8 feet tall, wears a hockey mask, and he was a hell of a big boy to push out.
He wasn't a very good swimmer. We can go now, dear.
Your smile is telling me that we're friends, but your eyes are telling me that I'm gonna see my other friends in hell.
Jason was my son, and today is his birthday.
Oh, she just needs a present. I see no reason not to trust her.
Look what you did to him. Look what you did to him.
I take back what I said. There appears to be some anger issues present, but at least she's not wearing a hockey mask. Though she keeps some rather questionable trophies. Betsy Palmer did that. She seems to be getting her powers from a higher calling.
Kill her, Mommy. Kill her.
Well, that's why Jason didn't talk in the other movies. His voice apparently sounds like Carrie Strug inhaling some helium. Oh, guns don't belong in slasher movies. Hit her between the eyes with a railroad spike. That's how you do it. And that's why she leaves without shooting her. Gotta find something more sharp. Ugh, oh, god damn it! Can still smell Ralph's runs! God, I would hate to be his bicycle seat. Alice has made the mistake of breathing, so Mrs. Voorhees hears her. Here's Rosemary! Let's see, is it time to kill her now? No, need to be in a better location. Like the beach! It's like the end of Sleepaway Camp, only, less pubes. And then, no more sequels were made. I would call the police, but, just, so tired, so sleepy. Rest is the most important part of the evening. I'm slightly confused. Is this still Friday the 13th? Because the music is telling me that something depressing is happening in Twin Peaks. Scary. That's actually completely unrelated. They pumped so much chemicals into that lake that kid was only halfway through turning into the world's first superhero from New Jersey.
Ma'am, we didn't find any boy.
Then he's still there.
Not necessarily. He's probably off aging 20 years before his appearance in the next movie. Well, that was certainly a trashy bit of slasher violence, sex, drugs, more sex, violence, and dead teenagers. But it's okay when Halloween did it. I must agree with my fellow critics like Gene Siskel, who responded by calling Sean Cunningham one of the most despicable creatures to ever infest the movie business. Yeah, sure, it goes rapists, murderers, and the guy who made a slasher film. He later went on to publish the address and home city for not only the chairman of Paramount, but also Betsy Palmer. 'Cause, you know, that's the adult thing to do when you don't like a movie. Or how about Variety's claim that the film contained no apparent talent? Right? This cast went nowhere. Bunch of no-names, seriously. Well, that about does it for me on this Friday the 13th. Wait, Friday the 13th isn't till next month? Then why the hell did I talk about this movie? It's not like there's any other movie with Friday the 13th in the title that I can talk about next month.
An American original.
What? There's another one of these? Oh boy, are they stretching themselves thin by making a second one, I tell you what. Following the enormous success of the original Friday the 13th, Paramount was more or less obligated to deliver a sequel the following year. Debates went back and forth on whether the sequel would set the stage for an anthology series of unrelated horror films, or if they would continue on with Jason as the killer since, ho, spooky! Who won that argument, you may ask? Well, that's a bad example because that's not technically Jason, but you catch my drift. So from We're Secretly Embarrassed That This Is a Hit Franchise Studios, we have Friday the 13th Part 2. We now go live to Steve Urkel's street.
Came the rain and washed the spider out.
Georgie, down here, Georgie. Why aren't you listening to me? I'm talking to you, Georgie. I'm down here. Look, just look down here. Jason's gotta soak this up. It's his first vacation outside of Crystal Lake until he eventually goes to Manhattan years later. Hey, it's Adrienne King from the original film. I wonder what she's dreaming about.
No! Cut your hair! Cut it, partner!
Yikes, what a fucking nightmare. In case you forgot the original film, which, again, was only released 1 year prior to this, we'll just sum it all up for you. Good thing she's dreaming about the first film. If she were having the recurring dream about giving a lecture with no clothes on, that might be confusing to the audience. The MPAA must be really inside of her head, because that dream was totally censored from what happened in reality. Wait a minute, that's not the Twin Peaks-ish music. This was that time in the 80s when we could get sued by our dreams not having the proper music rights. As you can see, it's showing nearly everything from the original climax, but personally I think it goes a little too far. Okay, it didn't actually show that. I just like it whenever I see ending credits. This scene is interesting because it implies that Jason learned the name of the woman who killed his mom and tracked her down in a completely different city, proving that even Jason Voorhees occasionally needs help from the white pages.
Hello? Hi, Mom. I know, I'm sorry. I meant to call earlier, but I fell asleep.
No, the music has become its own entity!
I just have to put my life back together, and this is the only way I know how.
Mom, if you don't leave me alone, I'm gonna chop your head off and leave it for some poor dumb backwoods hillbilly to make a shrine out of. Alice spends most of her time drawing rejected covers for Stephen King's Firestarter. One interesting footnote, actress Adrienne King only agreed to a much smaller role in this film after the success of the original led to frequent run-ins with a stalker who would eventually break into her apartment, causing her to become scared shitless. So what's her role in the film? She's alone in her apartment, fearing for her life that someone outside is stalking her and is gonna break in. Okay, so at least the part was small, I guess? Maybe it'll have a happy ending. So Jason carried his mom's head from Crystal Lake to Alice's apartment? Well, granted, if I saw someone resembling Jason Voorhees carrying a severed head down the street, I would not fuck with that guy. And thanks to Friday the 13th Part 2, we finally got our follow-up to Dogs. The cat did it all along. Good job taking that off the stove. If there's one thing that Jason hates, it's piping hot tea with no one there to drink it. Whoa, is this setting the tone? There's gonna be explosions out the ass in this film. We thought we'd go ahead and tell you that Adrienne King is in this, even though you won't be seeing her for the rest of the film. Boy, Crystal Lake has grown since last time we saw it. I hear their Exxon now has a Donkey Kong 3 that not many people are playing.
Hey, Teddy buddy! We just rolled in. Yeah, Sandra's here.
Hi, Ted.
Ooh, Sandra was in School Spirit with Tom Nolan, who was in Fast Times at Ridgemont High with Jennifer Jason Leigh, who was in The Cut with Kevin Bacon. God damn it, I'm good. And crap, I probably could have used the first film again. Hey, look who's back!
They didn't believe me. You're all doomed. You're all doomed.
Well, maybe if you didn't take a shit in the pantry like last time, they'd start believing you. Or if you just put it like this, hey, anytime someone shows up at this location, they're brutally murdered. Here's some newspaper clippings to support that, okay? Alright, like a normal person. Of course, this time around, with Pamela Voorhees dead, he mainly just warns people about unwanted towing.
Welcome to God's country.
Asshole. Meanwhile, in central Illinois...
We'll probably all get a brownie badge to wear if we survive.
If we survive?
Because it's a slasher film, so the term survive ironically goes both ways. Weird, that's not the sign from the original film. Someone came and created a whole new sign and just left it. Plus, Camp Crystal Lake just doesn't have the same ring to it. Okay, I now call to order this meeting of the Ed Begley Jr. Society. I could make a reference to Mac and me by implying the guy is about to fall off a cliff, but say, Everyone is here as part of a camp counselor training program, which, considering it's already summer, they'll be ready just in time for Halloween!
Being a counselor isn't the gravy summer job everybody thinks it is.
The truth is that half of you will end up with poison ivy or murdered. Funny how he mentions survival and the survivor shows up. Pfft, just another straight-laced, prudish, virginal, conservative slasher movie survivor. Or, wait, she takes her top off, is late for work, and is sleeping with her boss? Well, this movie isn't following the rules. Anyway, you were saying?
Among other things, this is bear country. And contrary to what everybody hears, bears are dangerous.
Okay. Why has Jason never fought a bear? Just throwing that out there. It took Lucio Fulci one movie to put a shark together with a zombie. Hang on, we need to take a slapstick break. Well, this is an odd time in the movie for a blackface gag, don't you think? For those of you arriving at the movie 20 minutes late, they recap everything again.
I don't want to scare anyone. But I'm going to give it to you straight about Jason.
He was never intended as the killer, but they needed a sequel.
His body was never recovered from the lake after he drowned.
That fills up that plot hole.
The girl who survived that night at Camp Blood, that Friday the 13th, she disappeared 2 months later. No one knows what happened to her.
Well, we do. We just saw it. Why are you telling us this?
Legend has it that Jason saw his mother beheaded that night.
If by legend you mean you. By the way, according to this story, this is 5 years after the first film, which according to Part 4, took place in 1979, making this 1984. You just gotta roll with it. If you think too hard about the dates in these films, then Jason X is hardly the first one to be science fiction. Jason is actually the killer from Savage Weekend! Wait a minute, how can that be? Things are actually happening in this film.
What'd you think?
The second act needs more.
We need to have Jason swap bodies with the TV news reporter. Now comes the obligatory scene of youth just being youth.
So there I was, sitting in this fast food joint, thinking to myself, Scott, old boy, what are you going to do with the rest of your life?
Okay, just because people complain about too much teen sex in these movies doesn't mean you have to replace it with a guy fucking a dog. But there's always room for dancing. Uh-oh, turns out the killer is Henry Fonda? Well, that's what you get for not taking your own damn advice. Hey, you can get a good night's sleep if you don't dream about the end of Friday the 13th. Ooh, boy, are you fucked. Jason is a cat person. And then he cooked her.
Muffin? Here, girl. Muffin.
Actually, he just gave the dog to a much more mature owner who isn't gonna name their pet Muffin. Someone get this off the set. Everyone thinks Jason uses one of these, but he never does. I gotta say, this new Meatballs film is a step up from the Paul Rubens one.
What's green and red and moves 100 miles an hour?
What?
Frog in a blender.
That wasn't funny.
Dear Friday the 13th Part 2, I am deeply offended at your animal cruelty jokes. I own several frogs and lizards, and it horrifies me beyond belief that you have trivialized the idea of them being murdered by a blender. I sincerely,
A couple of the kids decide to go off and visit Camp Blood, which apparently shit out a dead dog, but oh, Sheriff Pusser, you hound!
You're not even gonna reprimand him? No punishment?
Hey, come on, we bumped off Crazy Ralph with barbed wire. He won't be bothering anyone else again. What more do you want from us? Maybe those kids are right. If I sneak into Camp Blood, maybe I too could get some serious underage poon. Ugh, this Camp Crystal Lake is a mess. Someone should really buy it and spend a week fixing up the place. What's the worst that could happen? It's nice that in 5 years someone came along and made it look even shittier than it did in the first film. That's okay. I know what he was looking at. Okay, we're about halfway through this movie. We need to start isolating some of these saps.
Anybody wants a last night on the town, now's your chance.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, our wanderers have volunteered to stay behind and watch the camp. Isn't that nice of them?
Oh man, you mean we can't go hang out at the Exxon? Oh, what a drag.
Hey, you staying?
Yeah. Nothing spoils a party faster than a drunk in a wheelchair.
You mean the opposite of that happens. Hell roller, hello. Funny how those going off to party and drink themselves silly aren't the ones to die. What? It's like all these movies aren't the same fucking movie. Well, look at it like this. Jason was probably aware that they're all gonna die in a drunk driving accident. Such lovely landscaping. Full moon in the sky, tits on the beach, foreplay.
Don't wear yourself out. You want to wrestle? Come with me.
Oh shit, nude arm wrestling by the fire. I can't wait.
I only want your fingers.
I would say that's what she said, but people who constantly use that phrase should be shot.
What do you want to play for?
Position.
Okay, there's signals, and then there's, hey, look over there! That girl with her legs spread eagle is totally into you! She needs to be more subtle, like the guy who steals the skinny dipper's clothes. Does everyone have to fall for the floor pie gag? Pfft, a knife isn't gonna do. You need something much bigger.
Well, that part of the movie is quite subpar.
Yeah, we could show her death scene, but we thought a performance by Bob and the Country Bunkers would be much better. Nothing like psychoanalyzing Jason Voorhees over a round of heinies.
I mean, what would it be like today? Some kind of out-of-control psychopath? A frightened retard?
Frightened retard would be the appropriate term, yes.
What if there is a Jason?
Oh, bullshit.
And he must be out there right now, crying for a return.
Jason's a legend, Jim.
Honestly, it wouldn't be that hard to believe that Jason is still alive. Hell, I've already seen him kill 4 people, and I'm probably gonna see him kill a hell of a lot more.
Motorcycle accident. Paralyzed my legs.
Is it permanent?
Doctor thinks so. I don't.
The doctors tell me that the only cure is a machete to the face.
What does the winner get?
What does the winner want?
Guess.
The ability to walk, or a kiss. Yeah, that works too. She decides to sexify up this scene by putting on a much heavier sweater and poop brown undies. Hoo-hoo, itchy. While you're searching for more clothes, God is crying about this horrible atrocity you have put on screen. Hey, Vicky, are you out there? I really want to get laid. It's been so long. Look at it like this. Your doctor was right. Fuck this mask. Jason needs something more convenient, like a potato sack. There you go, MPAA. This one's for you. Funny how that scene was trimmed quite heavily to avoid an X rating, but a still shot of the scene appears on the back of the box. Do you hear that? It's too much for paying audiences to see, but perfectly okay for the back of the box that everyone can see. People are getting bumped off left and right at the camp. We should probably head back. We haven't forgotten about you, Vandenberg. You may have survived this film, but Christine is watching. Okay, we get it. Jason probably looks a small fraction like that mask. And when are we gonna see the hockey mask?
Sandra.
What? That's not what Jason looks like. Where's the hockey mask? Ow. According to this chart, Jason should be 7 feet tall, wear a purple suit, and a glow-in-the-dark mask. Did they even play the game before they made this film? By the way, this guy only hung himself because he hates holes in his bed. Woohoo, graphic. Careful now, you're gonna bleed all over that rubber mask they keep showing. Best get rid of these bodies quick. Mom and Dad are home.
These kids smoke better dope than I do.
Priorities, Paul.
Is this a joke?
They wouldn't do anything like this.
Right? When that time of month comes along, it's strictly ass play. Better check the doors to see if anyone is strung up there with arrows.
Paul, there's someone in this fucking room!
Whoop! Quarter in the swear jar, little missy. Shit, why did I leave the room before making a Town That Dreaded Sundown reference? I should be safe in here. Windows bad, windows bad. And somehow Crazy Ralph managed to make the pantry smell worse than when he was in there the first time. It's funny seeing the early days when Jason actually had some feeling in between his legs. I'll give the climax this. At least Jason isn't going around and speaking like a child saying, "Kill her, Jason, kill her." Oh, geez, lady, there's a killer after you. You can deal with a rat. The fuck? Rat piss? That could only mean one thing. She's under the bed! Ha ha! Face in the rat piss. Take that, asshole. Seriously, don't worry about Jason. If he gets injured, they'll just rush him to the hospital. He'll be fine. Now stab him in the fucking back. With Jason now subdued, she can finally take that tour of Camp Blood without getting stabbed in the head with a hammer. Oops, you picked the losing cabin. Well, it's cool that Jason finally closed his mom's eyes after keeping her head for 5 years. Ginny comes up with the bright idea that so long as you're wearing his mom's sweater, any chick will do.
You've done your job well, and Mommy is pleased. That's a good boy. Now come to Mommy. Come on.
If Betsy Palmer did the first one because she needed a new car, was this one done because she needed new brake pads?
Jason, Mother is talking to you!
Dude, your mom's hot. Oh, right, I'm a moron. My mom's dead. Hey, where the fuck have you been, dipshit? Careful, guys, you're turning that pigsty into a piece of shit. A little quicker, Ginny, if you don't mind. Severing Jason's shoulder, his one weakness. Oh, and Paul, I was right about Jason existing. You owe me $2 and a bottle of Coors. I really should have bet more on that. For those wondering, it keeps going to tie up all the loose ends. First order of business, you are no longer named Muffin. And... Holy jeez, he was John Belushi all along? I kid. The real twist is that Steve Dash became Warrington Gillette once the mask came off, much to Steve Dash's surprise. What happened to Jason, you may ask? Wrong question, my friend.
Paul? Paul? Where's Paul?
Lady, if you want to know where Paul is, ask a couple of fans of the series. They'll debate it for hours. The film ends on a shot of Pamela Voorhees' head because originally the actor playing the head was going to open her eyes before the credits roll. That ending was, however, deemed too stupid by the filmmakers, but that didn't stop the ending of Part 3 from upping that fucking ante. Friday the 13th Part 2 was again a success at the box office, bringing in $21 million against a $1 million budget. But what did critics think? Please. Of all the movies released in 1981, this film was no Chariots of Fire. Roger Ebert called the film a cross between the mad slasher and dead teenager genres, which are typically so unlike each other. He then complained that the film showed at the Virginia Theater in his hometown of Champaign, Illinois. I agree. Only good movies should show at my hometown theater. Things would turn around by the time Part 3 hit theaters, prompting Roger and the rest of the mainstream critics to award the film with 4-star reviews all across the board. I'm only guessing so. I haven't gotten to that film yet, and if you know anything about me, you'd know that I'm an eternal optimist.
Hey!
Oh my god, what has happened to me? I've become part of that 3D craze that I hate so much. Even though it's incredibly easy for me to watch the 2D versions of things, I still feel the need to bitch about a gimmick that I don't even watch.
Even the posters give me a fucking headache. Wait, no, not this era of 3D. I'm talking about the early 80s 3D craze. The most memorable instances, of course, being Space Hunter, Adventures in the Forbidden Zone, and The Man Who Wasn't There.
You hear that? Not even the Coen brothers could escape the 3D boom. But with this high-tech camera work, people on YouTube can stop complaining to me about the quality of my videos, and instead they can complain that the video's not in 2D. Speaking of which, will there be a 2D version of this episode? Nope! That's a whole lot of nope!
After years of living with the 2D version on VHS, look at that, that's not even piercing the box's skin, let alone my own. Friday the 13th Part 3 in 3D existed in a Japanese 3D Laserdisc conversion, but then was finally given to us in a proper deluxe edition 3D DVD released from Paramount.
See? You can tell it's in 3D because of its holographic cover. Oh wait, that might be hard to see on here. Here, let me help you out. This is what it's doing.
And it comes with not one, but 2 pairs of 3D glasses. Who cares about your third friend anyway? He sucks.
I only have 1 pair of special 3D glasses, largely because I'm very, very lonely.
The opening reminds you that the film is rated R. I would say, what the fuck else would it be rated? But nowadays it's kind of a crapshoot. What a coincidence. It's a Jason Inc. production. The Michael Myers Inc. people wanted no part of this. Funny too how it's called Jason Inc. on the one Friday the 13th film where, aside from stock footage, no one calls him Jason. Speaking of, I guess there's no need for you to watch the second one now because the opening of this film completely spoils it for you. Ooh, does this mean I get to repeat my jokes from the second movie?
I better not do that. The jokes won't make any sense now, being in 3D and all. So let's stray away those old jokes.
Well, maybe not, since the Part 2 footage is still in 2D. What's wrong? Couldn't spare an extra dime for a 3D conversion? This would look great with the actors looking like cardboard cutouts in front of a matte painting. Putting on this old sweater, she's about to encounter something scarier than a killer. Giant flesh-eating moths. I guess before we get to the Friday the 13th film, first we need to get rid of the killer from the town that dreaded sundown. And it's rather embarrassing that they interrupted Jason's mother during her black turtleneck beat poetry session. Oh, my mistake. That's not Jason's mom, that's Petula Clark. Wait a minute, this 20-something hot blonde thing isn't my mom? If you need someone hot to play a younger incarnation of a creepy old woman, I keep telling you, always go with Vera Farmiga. I sure hope she doesn't kill him, then we wouldn't have our third movie. Though they could go the Uli Lamo route and have this be the entire film.
That's it? What the fuck was the 3D? I'm gonna point at you to let you know how serious I am right now.
Of course that's not it, but these rude assholes leave without even cleaning up the place. Ah, new footage. You can tell because the actor is much taller and lankier. And did this happen before or after he jumps through the window at her? They kinda leave that part out of the recap. Originally, at the end of part 2, Jason's mom's eyes were supposed to open, but it was deemed too stupid. I'm glad this one goes the more realistic route by having opening credits pop out of her eyes.
I'm not really sure why this part isn't in 3D, because it's one of the most popular 3D opening credits in history, but here, let me see if I can reenact it for you. Stoned Gremlin Productions presents the Cinema Snob.
Wait, who is this guy playing Jason? I guess we can blame Ronnie Yu for it not being Kane Hodder. Hey, it's got a 3D supervisor, and if you're watching the 2D version, you probably think he's doing a shit job. Well, they got the 3D part of the title right, but since it's a day after part 2, I guess this is taking place on Saturday the 14th, though I can already vouch for the fact that this is a much better film than actual Saturday the 14th. We open with Bob of Bob's Burgers knocking over a pole so he can do this. Steady, easy, don't exactly want to hit the camera.
Fuck, is the camera even on? Hang on, I'm too lazy to get up myself. Let me just turn the camera on here. Almost got it. Oh, never mind, it's on.
As you can see, his wife is busy being a 24-year-old playing a 43-year-old. She better fix the TV as well. Friday the 13th Part 2 is on. A big mystery of Part 2 is whether or not Paul survives. And if you listen to the newscaster here talk about how many bodies were found, you should be able to find your answer. Problem is, I don't really care. Plus, this woman's got other things to worry about.
Doing out there?
Oh, isn't it obvious? He's out there being a much taller and much more hairless person.
Speaking of which, it's nice that Jason stopped by the supercuts after leaving the events of the previous film. It helps him with his camouflage skills of standing right by people who don't even notice him. Meanwhile, in Harold Tries, time to try out this fish food. Ugh, did he really just eat that? Oh, I'm gonna enjoy killing this guy.
They fly eggs.
What did you think was in it? Well, could be worse. Could be sour cream and onion flavored, and they could be crickets. Oh, sorry, did I hit you with that?
At least we get to witness the perks of running a store. It's all the free food. No one who shops here can count to a dozen anyway. Might as well take a donut. His wife gets so pissed that she puts the half-eaten donut back on the shelf. And that's not the only safety concern I have for this store.
Ah! Snakes on strings! Come on, you can come up with a much more adorable animal than that. Now for something that's far less adorable.
You know, I'm sort of glad that not everything in this movie is thrown at the camera, and Pepsi paid good money to put Coke next to the guy taking a shit. This guy's lifespan can't be that long anyway. Jason could really just leave him alone. Given Harold's diet, that wasn't the worst thing to happen to his heart. The wife is either looking for her husband or other 3D animals.
Slightly more adorable, but nothing's beat 3D Lloyd yet.
Oh, good job, kid. You're picking the most inconvenient way to hold a baseball bat.
Hang on, I gotta set up this tripod. I'm totally setting up this tripod, you guys. Can't you tell I'm setting up this tripod? Alright. Oh, shit, it fell.
Dana Kimmel is here to be your Linda Blair for the evening.
Sex, sex, sex. You guys are getting boring, you know that?
What would a weekend in the country be without sex?
Well, first of all, you'd be the movie's survivor. Holy shit, and they brought along one of the killer girls from Last House on Dead End Street.
Ah! God damn it, Shelley. Why do you always have to be such an asshole?
Hey, come on. We wouldn't have Classic Shelley if he didn't do things that were totally Classic Shelley. Well, who else is gonna get murdered with us this weekend?
She is not going.
What are they saying, huh?
This is an American slasher film. We speak stupid teenager.
Which one's my date?
Hi.
You're Shelley?
Sorry.
Don't apologize, you're one of the most lovable characters in the series. Oh, and they brought along stoners, too. Not that it seems like they'd ever hang out together, but because smoke looks really cool in 3D. Well, what about the others in the group?
We would have been there already if some people didn't have to go to the bathroom every 5 minutes.
That's what happens when you're pregnant.
She's pregnant? Well, thanks, movie. Now I know that she's gonna survive. Oh, wait, this is an 80s slasher film. She is so dead.
Hey, let's share the wealth with those less fortunate up front here, huh?
Well, don't mind if I do. Oh, foiled by 3D again. There's no actual pot there. Well, no matter. I guess you can have some of mine.
Oh snap, it's cops. Best destroy the weed by eating every last ounce of it. Better than any food that you're gonna get at Harold's.
Well, look at it like this. You're going to have a fantastic buzz for the rest of the film, and if not, well, here's some secondhand for you. Vapors.
If she looks confused, it's because she's wondering why they're still letting folks camp in an area where nearly a dozen people were just murdered.
Hey, kiddo, don't let your imagination run away with you.
It's not your imagination. This campground is a slaughterhouse. And since they killed off Crazy Ralph in the last film, they need some other drunken wacko to warn them away. Sure, if this guy talked to them without being a lunatic, that might help. But since the fucking meat wagon didn't give them the hint to stay away, I don't think anything this guy does would have helped.
I have warned thee.
An eyeball? What? Take it down a notch by holding this up to the camera. See? That's my poo. It's to warn you that your cabin may smell like shit.
Good to know Higgins let them borrow the place while he's on vacation with Magnum. Oh no, it's foreshadowing slasher movie cliches. The sinister music kicks in because is that a statue of a dog giving a guy head? And now we have another person to take advantage of someone's blind spots. Oh, you scared me, dad boyfriend.
Did I do something wrong?
Either than the play rape, you mean? This is Rick, an on-again, off-again romantic interest for Chris.
Hello, Rick. How are you?
Chemistry! You can tell by how well they flirt.
I think you've gained some weight since last summer.
I called you fat. Shelley, however, is busy siphoning all the THC out of the van's sweet shag carpeting walls. But there's pointless work to be done.
Chris, I don't understand why you guys have so much hay. You don't even have any horses, you never did.
It's because the budget afforded hay but not horses. Plus, hay is easier to swing at the camera.
You realize, of course, that I gave up an opportunity to spend the weekend with Mary Jo Conrad for this.
What? You mean you gave up banging someone else for me? That's so asshole romantic! The next bit is really suspenseful for those in the audience unaware of slasher movie structure and gotcha moments.
Don't move him!
Creep. And thus Punked was born. They once tried this on Zach Braff, but he ended up punching a baby. They're so pissed off at Shelley that even Herbie the Love Bug is leaving.
What's wrong? It's that creep Shelley. What a sick sense of humor.
Why even invite Shelley if you're gonna be pissed at him for, again, being classic Shelley?
Relax. Enjoy the weekend. Nothing's gonna happen to you when we're all here together.
Tell that to the people in the morgue. Well, when the movie isn't literally throwing more money at the screen, we finally established that Crystal Lake is in New Jersey.
Excuse me, but I believe that's my wallet.
Hear that music? They had to go to this store. It was the only one around playing the soundtrack to Friday the 13th Part 3, even if there are evil bikers.
Make a wish.
I wish I had no bones!
At least after this, the bikers will have similar stories to exchange with the biker gang from Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
That's honestly a really cool effect. In fact, I'm surprised I haven't done the old punching the fist through the window shot myself. Oh, shoot! Fuck!
That's okay, at least Shelley is a badass.
I did it! I did it! I did it! Did I do it?
Yes, you did it. You were great.
That was great!
So far, this is turning into my favorite Seth Rogen comedy. Maybe it's because in this one, he's not acting opposite someone more unlikable than a serial killer.
And the 3D is an added bonus.
This is all the exercise I need.
That was close. Hey, you better watch out with that thing.
You know, 3D movies often do a fantastic job of treating their audience like a house cat. Boy, is Rick gonna be mad about his car.
That's it. I've had it. I mean, I thought it would be a good idea for us to spend some time together, but this is a little more than I bargained for.
You know, it could be worse, Rick. You could be one of the several people killed last night.
Stay with me.
Why should I?
Oh, you've already proven that you're not gonna have sex with me. Aw, you mean you're not gonna take the movie's crew members with you either? Harsh! It's a way to leave these lovebirds alone.
Let's go for a swim.
I don't know.
Oh, come on. We'll be all alone and do whatever we want. Nobody will see.
Sounds disgusting. Let's go.
I'll grab a couple of towels. I'll see you down there.
Boy, that's a lot of setup for a skinny dipping scene that they don't even show. The movie's busy being ultra sexy with these dirty bikers wanting to set fire to the barn. Better be careful though, that guy from Deathstalker is right behind you. From her face, this barn is really exciting for people who have never seen a canteen before. Hey! Well, you gotta give them this, at least they're being really sneaky about their evil plan. Ooh, a yellow bandana on the arm. That means he has a yellow bandana on the arm. Hang on, I haven't felt like this movie has poked my eyes out in a while.
You know it's an 80s 3D movie because they're pointing stuff at the camera, unlike the current trend of 3D horror films, where they throw stuff away from the camera in a pitch black room. If that sounds stupid, it's because those movies are made by very stupid people.
I'm sure this guy will be safe. He seems like a badass.
Now I know you may think it's racist that the two black characters in the movie were killed off within minutes, but it's totally not racist. They were evil. Wait, that sounded kind of bad too. 3D!
Alright, they're done skinny dipping. Sure wish I could have seen that.
Here, let me reenact for you what you may have missed. 3D boobies.
Ah, so romantic. Right next to the sewage drain out.
You know, I don't think I could live anywhere else. The nights are always so peaceful and quiet here.
Except, you know, when something like this happens. Fuck it though, not enough 3D in this scene. We haven't done juggling yet.
You give up?
Why didn't I think of juggling either? Oh, this is gonna be so much fun. I don't have any fruit, but I have big Texas cinnamon rolls. Alright, there we go. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I can't juggle.
Andy, I can think of much better things for you to be doing with your hands.
If you didn't show the 3D skinny dipping, I doubt you'll show the 3D fingering.
You really are very good at that.
Stealing scenes from the movie? Yes, I know. Now it's time to lay on that Shelley charm.
I like you a lot. I was thinking that maybe, we could...
I don't think so.
Oh, come on, give him a break. He's gonna be dead soon. It's her loss anyway. After all, Shelley did later become an extremely successful lawyer, as well as a winning game show contestant. Jason could kill him now, but even he wants there to be more Shelley in this movie. I guess someone's getting laid, though.
Well, first we take our clothes off, and then you get on top of me, or I could get on top of you.
I know how to do it. I mean, how do we do it in the hammock?
Isn't it obvious? It's a hammock. You do it in the ass. Chris, meanwhile, relays the story to Rick about why she's been so edgy, which has to do with a run-in that she had with Jason years prior. Over the years, we've seen Jason be short, tall, a child, a subhumanoid, but in this one, he's just a flat-out rapist. Seriously, movie, you're getting your Mother's Day into my Friday the 13th. And I bet this makes Rick feel like an asshole for doing this earlier. And if this happened 2 years ago, then I guess this look for Jason was just a quick phase. Chris seems to be okay now, but surely that strange man has nothing to do with the murderous, deformed lunatic the cops are looking for. Oh, forgot about Cheech and Lady Chong. What is it with this movie and short, hairy guys taking a shit?
Well, you can't blame me for that. After all, I did warn thee!
Uh-oh, now the stoners are out to give Shelley a little scare.
Too bad he wasn't there, because that totally would have scared him. Idiots. You need to scare him with one of these dollar store ninja blow dart guns. Load up another one of these.
As you can see, Shelley takes advantage of the fact that unless you're standing directly in front of them, no one will see you coming.
I just want you to like me.
I do like you. But not when you act like a jerk.
By jerk, I believe you mean hilarious.
Being a jerk is better than being a nothing.
I never said you were nothing.
You don't have to say it. I could tell.
Boo! I don't like it when old slasher movies make me feel feelings for the characters. They all need to be two-dimensional jerkweeds like in current slasher films. That makes for good viewing, right? Shelley's gotta go in the barn because Jason can't go around being shielded by clever camera work forever, and he sure as shit isn't gonna steal Shelley's wetsuit.
Okay, Jason or no Jason, why was that there? Ah!
Hey, that's a pretty good look for Jason. He should stick with it.
Hey, I dropped your wallet. I'm sorry.
Does the mask even matter? Because people will just think that Jason is another person, even if they look nothing alike.
Hey, now cut that out right now. That's not funny.
Oddly enough, Andy here was also thinking about Vera getting penetrated in the eye. To be fair to Jason, though, wouldn't you kill this guy too? Lesson learned, always walk on your feet. Fine place to put nudity, right after the guy was chopped in half. Meanwhile, Debbie is reading up on whether the next Friday the 13th film really will be the final chapter. Plus, this article appears to be rather insensitive.
I'm sure the baby's fine. Let's celebrate with the new parents.
Debbie still has a fine TV career ahead of her.
Good morning, I'm Farland Chen.
And I'm Tracy Savage.
The knife in her back also works as the weatherman. Forecast in this movie, however, is popcorn.
that seemed gratuitous. I know I could top that one. Perfect. See? Much more convenient way to make popcorn. Fuck.
In the basement, Cheeseburger in Paradise here makes the horrible mistake of asking the wrong guy for a light. He lit up so much, at least the coroner will get a contact high. Also, given my love for Shelley, since it didn't show him getting his throat cut, I'm going to assume he's faking it again, and that Shelley lived happily ever after. At least I'm more convincing in my love for Shelley than she is.
Debbie! Debbie! Shelley's dead!
Oh no, you can't go out there, the wind might get you. I don't believe she's dead either, not because I like the character, but because the performance was subpar. Maybe with the sweater on, Jason will think that Rick is his mom. The burnt popcorn makes me glad this isn't also in Smell-O-Vision. Then again, if it was anything like the Spy Kids Smell-O-Vision, it'll just smell like cardboard. Things in the cabin really do seem weird. Everything has a red and blue tint to it. I think Jason is doing Chris a favor here by keeping Rick from saying another stupid line. Now Crazy Ralph II can have a spare eyeball to scare teenagers away. Not that this character ever came back in future movies. And if this movie's to be believed, everyone is made of string and wires.
Did I say string? Whoa, don't mind if I do. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, careful. It's very toxic.
Hey, I was wrong. Yellow bandana means he's hung like a tree. Just think, right now Amy Steele is resting comfortably in a hospital bed, thanking God she's not going through this shit again. Holy shit, Jason hated Rick so much that he killed him twice. Personally, I think this is also very insensitive. You know Jason can't read. Even though she's dead, Debbie does help Chris out a little bit. If this were a Joe D'Amato film, there'd probably be a fetus attached to that knife. But since this is early in the series, Jason actually does feel quite a bit of pain.
We throwing shit at the camera again? Oh boy! Oh. I've lost track of how many people I've killed on this show.
At least with that mask, Jason has an excuse for not having good peripheral vision. And does this kind of count as a rape revenge film?
Rape revenge! If you think that's normally an awkward thing to say, try saying it in 3D!
They were smart enough to load the van with extra gas, but damn you foreshadowing, if you hadn't shown this earlier, she easily could have made it across that bridge. Might as well hide out in the barn, nothing bad has happened in there so far. All Jason is searching for, as long as she lays perfectly still, oh, for fuck's sake, really? The only way this could possibly be happening is if she's intentionally doing it herself because she wants to get killed. Boy, putting this haystack over the opening really slowed him down. Shovel, however, is much better at slowing him down. And now it's time to dispense some Old West justice.
I saw you coming this time.
But now Chris figures out something that we thought she already knew. You're just now figuring out that sans mask, this tall brute who looks and dresses just like the one who attacked you, is the same person? I guess we're done with the other deaths in the film.
That guy's still alive. We gotta bring the bubbles back to celebrate. Well, at least for a couple more seconds he was still alive.
You gotta give it to this Jason death. Future movies may have retconned Jason's height, clothing, backstory, and powers, but they all managed to remember to put an axe mark in his mask. You'd think Chris would find a way to the police, but nope, she sleeps in a canoe for no other reason than Alice did it in the first movie. Although Alice didn't daydream that Pluto from Hills Have Eyes was chasing her, and this is slightly different. Shelley, I swear, if this is another one of your tricks, I take it this is a dream because it's never addressed in the other sequels, and how did she get her head back? Plus, how would Chris even know what Jason's mom looks like? She doesn't even know Jason's name. Are the police gonna answer this for me?
Looks like she's the only one left alive.
Damn, Jim, maybe we should have blocked this area off until we found the killer. I think the alternate ending with Chris being decapitated made more sense.
And the scene was guest directed by F.W. Murnau.
No matter, Jason had better wake up soon because tomorrow Crispin Glover and Lawrence Monason will be in town for a wicked house party. Until Freddy vs. Jason in 2003, Friday the 13th Part 3 was the most successful sequel in the franchise, bringing in $36 million against a $2.5 million budget. The quiet shot of the lake, slightly filthier in this movie, was to signify the end of the series, but it was such a success at the box office that another sequel was granted, and as we all know, that one was the final film in the series.
Well, I should probably wrap this up because I'm sure you've taken enough ibuprofen to kill any slasher movie killer. So I'll just calmly sit back and enjoy a nice soda. Well, that was anticlimactic.
Heavy shit.
Ugh, the final chapter, thank God. I'm sick of watching these movies, is what I would say if Part 4 was a greater number than Part 10, or 11, or 12. Jesus Christ, how many of these are there? And besides, the box cover spoils the ending. Jason is defeated by stabbing his mask in the eye hole, which proceeds to bleed to death on the black stage. Now you may be wondering why— what the fuck? Anyway, you may be wondering why I have a VHS of this. It's because I'm not going to give the movie the dignity of watching it in HD. So here's me reviewing it with an HD source file. What do I need to say about Friday the 13th, the final chapter, that wasn't already perfectly said on 1984 Chicago television?
Our next movie is Friday the 13th, the final chapter, an immoral and reprehensible piece of trash.
Damn right it is. Even without looking it up, I can already tell you that this movie was probably not nominated for any Academy Awards. Do continue.
Needless to say, Paramount Studios, the distributor of this film, didn't authorize any clips of the film for use on television. They like to make the money, but maybe they're a little bit ashamed of the movie. They like to hide it from critics like ourselves, but
you could tell they're ashamed because they put their logo right at the beginning of the movie, and it was produced by the president of Paramount's son. Oh, sorry, I'm interrupting.
Friday the 13th, the final chapter, is 90 minutes of teenagers being strangled, stabbed, impaled, chopped up, and mutilated. That's all this movie is.
Well, to be fair, the movie is also dancing. And it's also a movie with a message.
Just think of the message this film offers to its teenage audience. The world is a totally evil place, this movie says. It'll kill you. It doesn't matter what your dreams and hopes and ambitions are. It doesn't matter if you have a new boyfriend or a new girlfriend or you've got plans for the future. You can forget those plans because you're going to wind up dead.
Yes, which is why when the movie opened at #1 at the box office, every teenager who went to go see it immediately dropped out of high school because the movie showed them that life is pointless. But if you want a more restrained opinion,
I got as upset as you did. I don't know whether the teenagers, the message will be of this film that the world is hopeless out there. I don't think anyone's going to take this as a worldview picture. I really don't.
No, they are going to take this as a worldview picture. Cheap roller coaster ride entertainment must always contain a message. And yes, I was the kid in school who demanded homework during recess, but I don't understand what that has to do with anything. All right, look, let's just sum up this whole experience.
That the film is literally about stabbing. In other words, if you like this picture, what you have liked, I believe, is the idea that someone will get a stick put through their body, because that's the essence of this movie. That watching girls, and it's mostly girls again, getting stuck is entertainment.
I've been saying this for years. As long as a movie has people getting stabbed, Horror fans will immediately like it. It won't be for characters or tone, it'll be because people are getting stuck. Just look at the horror community's love for such movies as Smiley, Elm Street 2010, Savage Weekend, and Crazy Fat Ethel 2. Any horror fan will tell you that those movies are awesome because of the stabbings. Or at least I'm assuming so.
And the sickest thing is, this isn't the final chapter, that's just an advertising gimmick. The ending clearly sets up a sequel.
Okay, that one I can agree with you on. And this has been the Cinema Snob response to a 30-year-old clip of Siskel and Ebert well after either one of them can respond. Someone should make an internet character based off of that review. Okay, I guess I should actually watch the film in question. Did I make up my mind about this movie based solely on Siskel and Ebert's review? Yes. But thank God the movie sums up the previous entries for me.
I don't want to scare anyone, but I'm gonna give it to you straight about Jason.
Seen it! Why do I need these flashbacks? It's not that complicated of a series. Teens get naked and Jason kills them.
Some folks claim they've even seen him. Right in this area.
Don't know why they're showing this guy since it was Jason's mom that killed him. I know more about this series than the recap!
Legend has it that Jason saw his mother beheaded that night.
Only because he went into a theater showing the end of Friday the 13th. After a while, they stop telling the story and it just becomes a greatest hits album. And by greatest hits, I mean a lot of scenes from part 3.
Jason's out there.
And sometimes he's in 3D, but not this time. That fad has passed, but we'll still throw the title at you anyway. Amazing! Especially considering how the movie doesn't have any explosions in it. Look at these names. I don't know who any of these people are. I'm sure they went on to nothing. And twins playing twins. Isn't that typecasting? I suppose they pulled out all the stops for this one. Look, they got a helicopter in it. That body there looks a little frumpy. Must be the Shelley cameo. Here, put this in the evidence bag. We don't want to get any fingerprints on it. Oh shit, where's our gloves? Why does everyone seem so nonchalant about this massacre?
Yeah, they're all dead. You can pull it up over there. All dead. Some emergency. Put her over there.
That's right. If there are no survivors, then that means that an obvious mass murder spree is a non-emergency. Also, there was a survivor. And seeing how parts 2 through 4 of this series all take place within the same week, you've had about 20 dead bodies just this weekend alone. Even the Ghostbusters turned up to investigate this scene. Though there is something strange about seeing ambulances roll away from the scene of a massacre and having the mayhem site return to a place of odd quiet. Even I'll admit that that's one of the eeriest shots of this series. Oh no, last time I saw someone put food on top of a body at a morgue, this happened. Don't worry, Friday the 13th, the final chapter, is a lot more respectful to Jason Voorhees than Wired was to John Belushi. And why is everyone in this town horny?
Meet me in the cold room. I'm closing up for the night. What do you say?
I say, when did I accidentally put in Halloween 2? Also, Spoonie does not look good with that haircut. Too bad the only place to watch the news is in a room with a corpse and a morgue attendant who wants to fuck you.
Man responsible for the murders in Wessex County this past week is at this moment in the Wessex County Medical Center morgue.
Yeah.
Thank you, officer. Yeah, you know the odds are pretty good that you know someone who was murdered. Face it, dude, no way she is gonna bang you.
I don't believe you, Axel.
Getting their first good night's sleep in a very long time. Local law enforcement.
What? This movie teaches another worldview that morgue sex is A, a thing, and B, hot.
Jesus Christmas! Holy Jesus goddamn! Holy Jesus jumping Christmas shit!
Great. Now I'm watching Rob Zombie's Halloween 2. Sorry, dude, you're gonna have sex with one of the corpses now.
Real cute girl.
Was.
Well, she still is.
Ugh, now I am worried he's gonna fuck a corpse. Thank God aerobics porn is on to distract him.
Hi, girls. Thanks for waiting.
You wanna know how fucked up the 80s were? That's Nickelodeon that he's watching. Come here, motherfucker, this is for your World's End review! And as for her, clearly she's screaming because Jason's nails have magically grown an inch longer since the last film. Meanwhile, what the fuck are people doing still living here?
Talk to Dad. How is he? Oh, he said he was lonely. He asked me to come out and see him.
Probably because he's worried about her. Every other person in this town is dead! Just think about what this is doing to your strange alien child. Wait a minute, it's Corey Feldman. Put the mask back on! I've decided to make fun of Corey Feldman because he was in some classic movies and also some bad ones. I'm starting to wonder if anyone here even knows about the killings.
Someone left the front door open.
We're in the country.
Well, what happens if the psycho wanders in?
I don't know, just ask some of your friends what happens when a psycho wanders into your house. Oh wait, you can't, 'cause they're dead. People are still going on vacation? I mean, sure, some probably thought that Jason was dead, but 2 hospital employees were murdered and Jason's body is missing. Apparently it was really fucking easy for him to sneak out of the hospital without anyone noticing. Not that the original version of the Bros would notice either.
What? It says you're a dead fuck. A dead fuck?
Hello, McFly? You can't satisfy a woman, butthead. Think, McFly. Think with your micro-penis. They end up stopping, only so it can zoom in on Jason's mom's grave. Except she was killed on Friday, June 13th in 1980, not 1979. There was no Friday, June 13th in 1979. Now this movie doesn't make any sense. At least one girl is smart enough to get out of this town, and she's taking all of the bananas with her. Well, at least Jason was nice enough to then drop her body off in Canada like she asked. There is meaning to this story. It's about people coping with tragedy by simply ignoring it.
No,
This family is annoying. I'd rather spend time with mopey-ass Crispin Glover.
No, see, I've come to realize that a guy can have a good time without having to have girls all about.
He's just sad that the filmmakers were too scared to use him in the flashbacks for fear that he would sue them. Look, he's even bumming out Joan Allen. These friends are weird.
I don't know how you do it.
I don't know how you don't.
I mean, you do it with everybody.
That was the nicest way that I could call you a slut while still remaining friends. Plus, doesn't this mean that you're cheating on Wyatt, you bitch? Oh, hey, a story about Jason's body missing. What else is in the news? Now here's the most realistic thing about the movie, Corey Feldman peeping in on a woman changing clothes. And like every kid in the 80s, it all gets ruined when mom comes in and shuts off your porn. I'm sensing another message here as well, and it's who can wear the shortest shorts in a short shorts competition. The winner is clearly young Rob Lowe here, and the losers, Teddy and Jimbo.
If you want to make a fool out of yourself, always do it with someone new.
So what you're saying is I should go on a talk show and try to kick the host in the face with a wooden shoe. Got it. This is just like Grown Ups 2, only without Kevin James' sweet ass.
Oh, no. No, we have no suits.
But they're not the only ones with a no nudity clause.
Well, then I'm gonna go under and stay under until you do. See you later.
And then she died. This son of a bitch, he's seen way more skin at 10 years old than I did, and I grew up with Cinemax.
Some pack of patooties, huh? Tommy.
Hey, come on, that was the best way that Corey Feldman ever said nice tits in his life. The kid can fix a fucking car. Let him see some boobs if he wants. Or, never mind, Hiker McHandsome is gonna fix the car with the old switchblade trick. Now he gets to see your sister's boobs. The kid has seen so much action that one way or another he's gonna get someone into his bedroom. Nice of him to show off all the prototypes used for what Jason could have looked like under the mask.
Amazing.
I've never been to a Spencer Gifts before. And what do you think of this? I'm trying to figure out how to use it as a condom. Oh, and remember when Teddy told Jimbo to embarrass himself in front of someone new? Well... Don't think you got it made, no, you're wrong. 'Cause you can't make it anymore. I know what you're waiting for. I should turn away and walk right out that door because Even before he was famous, Crispin Glover was still fantastic at being Crispin Glover. He just made this shit up on the spot, because of course he did.
Hey, how come you turned that off?
Because the internet hasn't been invented yet. Just give it a few years and people will be watching this dancing clip on repeat and spamming their friends' inboxes with it. I suppose two can play this aggressive flirting game.
Teddy, I've got to get another drink.
Oh, I'm not drunk enough for a Lawrence Monason face suck. Give me a few tequila minutes. And now he's back to being mopey again.
Besides, you've got the hot one of the two. Check. He thinks that's funny.
You may think that's funny, but everyone knows that this shit is funny. Teddy may be sticking his hand out of his pants, but Jimbo looks like a puppeteer is trying to get his hand out of his body. Why are people saying that this movie is nothing more than people getting stabbed? There's more jealousy and drama here than in 5 minutes of Knots Landing.
I mean, I had that girl. She was mine.
Well, all of that changed when she saw you drinking a Coors. And since Jason can't exactly kill Samantha when she's indoors, he's gotta wait until she goes skinny dipping in the middle of the night to make her possibly cheating boyfriend jealous. Whoop, here we go. A girl getting stuck. And thus, every horror fan immediately gave this movie 4 stars. Unfortunately, Paul's "it's my turn to die" sense begins tingling.
I can't go through with this.
My girlfriend is now literally a dead fuck, and I need to take advantage of that. And say what you will about Crispin Glover's dancing, apparently it worked.
You want to dance?
No thanks, I'm playing with my French fry spider Cheeto toy thing. What the hell is that? Well, time to put that dead fuck theory to the test, and time for Teddy to get rejected for the 8th time.
That's a teddy bear. Want to give teddy bear a kiss?
I'm starting to feel bad for Lawrence Monason right now. He got laid more times when he played the lead role in a movie called The Last American Virgin. Oh, she's asleep, thank God. She won't notice me in these ridiculous shorts. Say what you will, but it took Jason a lot of effort to remain under the water this whole time, in the off chance that some dude would go out there. Ouch. And then every guy immediately gave this movie 4 stars. What? It still has people getting stabbed in it. That sound carried for miles. Poor Rob here is either scared or he's about to go fix a stalled monster truck. But this is where we get introduced to prankster Jason. He didn't stick around to kill Rob, he just broke his gun and drank all of his fluids. Because in this movie, Jason's a dick. Well, sort of. He is gonna let Crispin Glover have sex first.
This is, your room.
No, actually, it's Paul's room.
So, you know, I guess we should leave or something? That'd be the polite thing to do since Paul just lost his balls. You dead fuck. The film also loses points for again showing a better film within their subpar film. Supposedly actor Lawrence Monason really did get a little high during this movie. You know, for method acting and all. Well, fuck me, I can't tell. But what I personally can't stand is hypocrisy. Look at this. She's giving her sister shit for wanting to stay with Jimbo, even though she's the one who advised her to do so? And what's with the name calling?
You slut!
Can't say I'm sad to see you go, though the cutting in the movie is a little awkward.
I'm going upstairs.
Something just came through the wall and stabbed me in the back, and it's making me surprisingly horny. But one thing I'm noticing about the Siskel and Ebert review is that they neglect to mention that most of these characters are, dare I say it, likable. Look at Teddy's reaction to overhearing Sarah say that she wants to take a shower with Doug.
Stop.
It's just a group of buddies hanging out, smoking some weed, and then fucking. And also getting murdered, but I do believe that you could get so high that you would believe that this movie is trying to tell kids that life is meaningless. Just look at this next scene. See? Nothing but women getting stuck. Except when it cuts away from it. These two jackasses probably wouldn't even notice their mom is dead until a week later.
Can we slow down a little? The party's gonna go on all night. I'm gonna lose my lollipop.
I'd ask what's with the scene of Corey Feldman being a brat in the car, but given what Jason actor Ted White said about Feldman's on-set brattiness, they probably just let the camera roll in this scene and inserted footage of him being himself. All it took was for the lights to go out for them to realize that something is fucked up in their town. Look, Tommy, remember when Dad was asking us to go out of town and come visit him? Maybe we should take him up on that. I don't know why we're cutting to a clip of Jesse Spano preparing to go to prom with Slater, but whatever. Let's go back to these two responsible wonderkins.
I'm going out on the path.
Me too.
No, you stay here in case she comes back.
I'll go.
Stay here and fix the lights.
You're around 10 years old, Tommy. You're old enough to be alone in the house with a killer on the loose. Meanwhile, I'm gonna hang out in a stranger's tent until he makes me shit my pants with a machete. Until we get context for said machete. Turns out Rob is in Crystal Lake to avenge the death of his sister Sandra from Part 2. Given that this movie only takes place a few days after that, you'd think Rob would want to be at her funeral, but given how she died, I think there will probably be 2 caskets. One for her and one for her boyfriend who stuck to her.
But the man that killed your sister is dead.
Thank you for acknowledging that you know that there's a killer in your town who has killed half of the population. And if you don't stop him, he's gonna kill Crispin Glover too.
Wish I had dead fuck.
No, there's a reason I'm asleep right now, and we haven't even had sex yet, you dead fuck. And I did not need to know that he wears panties.
Why don't you run this through your computer, teddy bear?
That's not how computers work, 80s. You put that in the computer and it will halt and catch fire. Plus, this movie doesn't even know how a corkscrew works. Whatever. I already know that Jason is off the hook because Biff Tannen killed him. And Jason was too busy hanging out on a ledge in case someone happened to look out a window. Oh my god, that probably wouldn't kill her. And as the president of the Silent Film Preservation Society, I do declare that this scene is the worst thing to happen to black and white since Ted Turner. Not even wholesome love stories are spared here.
Sarah, I think I'm in heaven.
I think I'm in love.
Don't say that. You want to get yourself killed? In the last movie, he killed a pregnant woman. Jason cares not for your high school crush. See what I mean? It turns out the powers of Matthew Starr were no match for a head crushing against a shower wall. And as a dude, I am very offended by the fact that the men have had the most graphic death scenes in the movie. Is everyone in this movie a dead fuck? Though let's pause to admire just how sturdy this towel is. It stays on the entire time, even with an axe going through it. The heavier the no nudity clause, the sturdier the towel. Also, Jason could just fucking turn up anywhere. At least in the other movies, he had somewhat of a sneaky path. In this one, he knows exactly what door or window you will be standing in front of at any given minute. He's just warming up to his teleportation powers in Part 8. Also, I've apparently already seen Part 8. Then we get to the third act of the film, which is basically, let's just scare the shit out of Corey Feldman. I know that I had a key, but we thought it would be much funnier to smash the window. Now maybe they won't just keep the kid at home by himself.
Tommy, you stay here, okay? And lock the door.
You mean the door that you just punched through? Oh, I'm sure he'll be fine. Ugh, this movie has absolutely no excuse for not being as good as a Robert Altman film, especially since one of its cast members wrote a Robert Altman film. And then for no reason, this happens. Dead? Jason wasn't even anywhere close. I think the dog literally just bailed on the movie and thought jumping out the window would be a quicker death than simply going out the front door and living with being in Friday the 13th, the final chapter. Look at this idiot. Why does he need to look at newspaper clippings, most of which are probably only a day old and are from articles in his own hometown that he should have already seen? At this point, Jason appears to have been busy re-murdering already dead bodies. But with a hard-ass hiker hell-bent on revenge, Jason has finally met his match. Well, good one. Now your parents have to bury 2 of their children. Don't worry, the avenging his sister plotline would later be used in the Friday the 13th remake, another film that is beloved by horror fans because people get killed in it. Unfortunately, poor Trish is trapped, since it'd be way too hard to step over this dead body, and no one wants to crawl between dead Crispin Glover's legs. That's icky. Well, it's a good thing for them that they know Jason's Achilles heel. Nails through a door. Fools, we're now about to see another time Jason throws a body through a window. That's kind of his thing. That was a hell of a stunt, but not as funny as knowing that the terror on Corey Feldman's face here is actually real. That's for Dream a Little Dream. Jason is a little off his game this time around. Normally, he could have made that shot if he didn't get an axe in his head the other night. Though I like the appearance of confused Jason. He doesn't know which one to chase, so he goes for the woman, when history has shown that when there's only one woman left, they will defeat him. Trish then takes a cue from the dog and jumps out the window. How come she survived this, but not the hot twin? That's hardly fair. And Jason really should have seen this coming, especially since there was already a machete mark on the wall from a previous take. And either Corey Feldman is trying to look like a young Jason, or he just escaped from being held captive in Balloon Land. Now we have stupid Jason. The man knows how to disconnect the phone lines, but he also confuses Amy Steele for his mother, and now what? Does he think he's talking to himself? Or is he just confused wondering who in the hell those people on the wall are? I think a couple of them might have been in Teddy's Stag films. But soon it is revealed that yes, it was Jason this entire time. Hey, after part 5, you never know. So given that this was supposedly the final chapter, how is Jason killed off? Gross, but that's what kills him? A machete to the head? Actually, no, because he's still moving, prompting Feldman to just hit him repeatedly with a machete. Tommy! Shut the fuck up. You want this fucker dead or don't you? Seeing how Ted White also played a baddie at the beginning of Romancing the Stone, I think I know what's going through Tommy's head right now.
That was the end of Grogan, the man who killed my father, raped and murdered my sister, burned my ranch, shot my dog, and stole my Bible.
But still, this is what kills him? In the span of a week, he's had an axe in his head, his shoulder separated, his hand mangled, hell, he's even been hung, and yet he's still capable of chucking bodies through windows. I think he can handle another skull wound and a hazing routine with a machete. It's almost like this wasn't meant to be the final chapter after all. It even has an open ending. The hell does that mean? Is he gonna grow up to become Jason now? Don't worry, that'll be explained at the end of Part 5, which I'm sure will then be explained in Part 6. Okay, this movie may be an immoral piece of trash, unlike those much better and very moral slasher films, but I'm sure the cast and crew had a lot of fun making it. With Judy Aronson being reduced to tears when she wasn't allowed to warm up from the chilly water, or Ted White having his name removed from the film, calling it a piece of shit after advocating for safer stunts for the actors, or Corey Feldman pretending to be hitting director Joe Zito with a machete during the death scene. To be fair, that could be because he dropped his lollipop again. Star Kimberly Beck even dismissed the film by saying, "It's not even a B movie, it's a C movie." Oh, honey, I've seen 4 talking vagina movies, 4 E.T. pornos, and 2 Sasquatch porns. This isn't a C movie. Tom Savini even returned to do the special effects because he wanted to be there for the series end. Oops. But the movie was a monster hit, making $32 million at the box office against a $2 million budget. Oh, but all it is killing! And also a revenge plotline, likable characters who you don't want to see die, comic reliefs that are funny, a quirky self-esteem arc, and a child lead with hobbies you'd see straight out of a Joe Dante movie. It's not like the message of the movie is to get very drunk and high with your friends and sit around and watch 90 minutes of some mindless fun exploitation. After all, there's even scenes in the movie of friends getting drunk and high and laughing at some mindless fun exploitation. Huh. I'm sure that's not meta at all. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've just watched Friday the 13th, the final chapter, which means that the world has gotten so dark and depressing to me that I need to drink myself to sleep while dreaming about watching much better movies with an actual message and not terrible movies while looking for a fake message. Though if it were filmed like a Dario Argento movie, I probably would have liked it.
God, I'm horny.
Around hour 22 of the 1988 in film episode, I mentioned that I'd have to think long and hard about doing a re-review of Friday the 13th Part 5. Turns out I didn't have to think that long, and I didn't have to think that hard. Sure, I'll re-review it. It makes sense, since when we originally reviewed Part 5 11 years ago, it was back when our show mostly consisted of screaming at things and moving standees and very little to do with the movie. Now, you may think that with the title of Part 4 being called The Final Chapter, that makes this film a lie, but not true. How can it be a lie when the previous is the final chapter, but it still made a lot of money? That means you're free to make any sequel you want. What is a lie, though? I don't know what the hell mask this is, and it doesn't get more honest on the back of the cover. Jason is back? He's for the most part not. Part 5 was originally designed to go in a different direction for the series, where it would now have a different killer, but after fans didn't like that, and the box office slightly declined, we got Friday the 13th Part 6, The Return of Michael Myers. The film was co-written and directed by sleaze master Danny Steinman, who had previously made Savage Streets, plus the 1973 hardcore porno High Rise. That kinda makes sense when you see this movie. The film notoriously has a bit more sex and nudity than the other entries, and far more drug use on screen and off, apparently, as it's been said that the production was quite high. It sounds like a slasher film where the team that made it would have themselves been characters in a slasher film. Many actors signed on for the movie, not even knowing it was a Friday the 13th film, as some were told before they were cast that it was a movie called Repetition. Some of the cast, like John Shepard, was rather disappointed when they found out it was a Friday the 13th movie, but the opening scene sure isn't mistaking what series this is. See, it only rains Henry Manfredini music in a Friday the 13th film. Tommy Jarvis, the survivor of the previous film, is on his way to make sure that Jason is buried in a grave that will be easy to crawl out of. Here we see Ralph Parker, Tommy, played by Feldman, in a small cameo that was shot in his neighbor's backyard when he had a weekend off from the Goonies. So Jason does technically appear in the movie, I guess, in one of a few dream sequences and visions, which is like saying, "Bandit is back!" in Smokey and the Bandit 3. Not only was Jason buried with his mask, but also with a machete in hand. Tommy's dreams are stupid, but being buried with a machete was in Jason's will. Apparently, Tommy's sister Trish is the only thing that kept Tommy from just sitting there and waiting for Jason to kill him. But here's where we jump to John Shepherd having a terrible nightmare that he was in a Friday the 13th movie. Oh, thank God he's in repetition. However, the van thinks that it's in Don't Look in the Basement. Don't worry, I assure you it's still a Friday the 13th film. You know, if you're gonna keep blowing up the title card, we're gonna stop making them. John's Tommy Jarvis only says about 24 words in the whole movie, so he's off to a halfway home for mentally ill youth. It's good he's going to the woods of Crystal Lake to get over the murders he saw in Crystal Lake. It'll be fine, we give the patients heavy machinery here. And everyone else is top notch.
Beautiful. Sit there, I don't give a shit.
It really is the business of caring. This guy doesn't get any better when the heart of the movie, Pam, comes in.
Anytime, doll.
That guy definitely wanted a poster for High Rise autographed. Friday the 13th really is the series of giving. You had Shelley, who gave Jason his mask. Now you have Matt, played by Richard Young, who gave Indiana Jones his hat. John Shepherd does a fine job here, and you can tell he did a lot of research for the role. Like going to actual mental hospitals. Hopefully none like this.
We don't have any guards here. Nobody's gonna tell you what you can do or what you can't do.
It's an honor system, Tommy.
What could possibly go wrong? Tommy is allowed one gift, though, a behind-the-scenes photo of the jogging scene from Final Chapter. He has no photos prior to the events of that movie. Okay, 2 gifts. Did he have this trusty knife at the previous hospital he was at? But remember, this is a fun halfway house. Reggie the Reckless. He's called Reckless because he hides in mental patients' closets to scare them. Also, Tommy might be an alien. It's good they got Tommy back on track in part 6, but I'm disappointed they dropped his life dream of making Halloween masks. No time for that now. The town nymphos have been caught banging. Is this a home that just assembles slasher victims? Plus, they were banging on the land of Ethel and Junior. Ethel is played by Carol Locatell, who was in 3 Burt Reynolds movies and is even wearing a wig given to her by Burt. I'm glad there's an official link now between Friday the 13th and Burt Reynolds.
Say it like you mean it, Ma! Would you shut the fuck up?
Plus, they seem like they'd be right at home in a good old boy movie. Luckily, they get out of there just in time, so the sheriff and Matt can have their Don Johnson off. Joey, however, is having a great morning. He's got a choice between pissing off the girls or getting murdered by Vic. I'm sure he'll choose wisely.
It's really no problem.
Joey!
Okay, fine. He'll go get chopped up by Vic instead. Surely this isn't the kind of place that would give an axe to a guy with very clear rage issues. Yeah, sure, piss this guy off.
Well, if that's the way you feel, forget it, Vic. Just forget it.
On the plus side, someone will finally wipe that chocolate from his face. Vic is going off to a place where they'll downgrade him to knives instead of an axe. It's good the other kids are remaining outside, to see if there's important foreshadowing here, and also to look at a dead body that will definitely not help their progress. What say you, Roy the paramedic? I'm calling it. Rod Blagojevich did it. Roy is going to spend the rest of the movie getting revenge for Joey, like killing 2 people who had nothing to do with it and are apparently on their way to a leather club in the middle of the woods. Look, sparklers were probably going to end up in his mouth at some point during the night anyway. On the bright side, all it took was killing Vinny to get the car started.
Let's go!
Downside, Vic will definitely get blamed for this murder. The movie wants you to think that it's possibly Tommy who's going out and killing these people. Oh, what? Is no one even considering it might also be Ricky? Man, this is really gonna kill their morning. Oops, freezing.
Miss Joey already.
So do I.
I doubt that. Matt is here to inform them that they are briefly taking away their axe privileges, but they are still free to scare the hell out of their fellow patients if they so desire. For instance, it's a good thing Tommy didn't have an axe when that happened. Meanwhile, in the writer's room for Smokey Bites the Dust...
You big dildo.
We needed to pause the movie to see the world's greatest stew. It's turkey balls strained through a dirty cum sock. Plus Clint Eastwood is there to see if there's an Every Which Way But Loose he can star in around here. As wonderfully entertaining as Ethel and Junior are, the movie needs way more Roy.
You talking to me, Sheriff? Huh? Oh, I thought you was talking to me.
This isn't about revenge. Roy is clearly happy killing people with road flares. But maybe it's not Roy.
Looks like we got us a maniac on the loose, huh, Sheriff?
It's Roy. I don't know what universe this is. Hot waitresses are just lining up for a night out with the local Micro Machine Man look-alike. This dude looks like he's not really a cokehead, but he's trying to be more hip with the students in his American history class. He's gonna get a good high.
Hey!
See, that's a high so strong, Menachem Golan's The Apple makes sense to him now. But when Lana comes back, she's gonna snort Billy's stash so we can confirm that yes, it is just sweet and low. Billy is a narc! And his cover has just been blown. I don't know why people rag on Roy so much. He's clearly taking care of Crystal Lake's drug problem. Meanwhile, and oh right, I'm supposed to think Tommy is the killer. And that he wants to bang some chickens. Plus, Roy's double, Tom Morga, can say, I technically played Jason in the movie, along with Johnny Hawk's Jason in the opening scene. Things could not be worse for the mayor. All these murders are happening just when he was gonna open the beaches. Now the people are terrified of axe sharks. And we need to confirm that the killer is not Jason.
His body was cremated. He's nothing but a handful of ash.
You know that for sure, Mayor? Were you there? Did you see him cremated?
I hope Jason was cremated, and from here on out, we're just seeing zombie Roy come back each time. Although the movie does technically have a non-dream sequence Voorhees in it, Tina here is played by Debbie Sue Voorhees. She's part of one of the series' most explicit sequences, where the movie becomes a softcore porno for a brief moment. Apparently, a lot of this scene had to be trimmed from the movie, along with the violence to get it an R rating. But they still show this guy get killed before he can become the next Crazy Ralph. Unfortunately, it's very difficult for me to show you the lingering shot of naked Tina on the blanket, but I can show this. Now, before you jerk off, that was not a dick. Again, it's very hard to show the naked dead body that he comes back to, but it's not hard to show this. It's what Joey would have wanted, other than another chocolate bar. Okay, it's halfway through and it's nighttime, so I'm sure all this is leading to the chase Pam through the woods climax. So I'm gonna take a break and bang in the woods.
And now it's time for What If It Exploded, hosted by Lloyd. And this has been What If It Exploded, hosted by me, Lloyd.
Now that we're back...
Let's get this show on a roll!
Okay, alright. Now they're heading out to take Reggie to see his brother Demon, and Tommy is even talked into going, cause it'll be fun to meet Miguel Nunez Jr. Although I think the soundtrack is jumping the gun a little. They're just driving! Here we see Miguel in his Michael Jackson phase before becoming the Joanna Man. He and his brother have fun.
Freaking A! Where'd you get that?
Spencer gifts.
This is my friend Pam. Hi. She's my girlfriend.
What's up, Pam?
There's a lot of things wrong with this hospital and this trip. I do love the relationship between these two, as brief as we see it. I love him offering random van food to Pam and also giving a ring to his little brother. Too bad it's interrupted by Tommy having visions of the chainsaw fight from Motel Hell. That is, until the president of the Randy Quaid fan club comes by to ruin everything. I guess not even someone getting chopped up prevents people from messing with anyone from the loony bin. See, these people should have known not to screw with Tommy during his cowboy boot phase. It is still impressive how good of a performance he gives from just his facial reactions alone. And even if he wasn't good, Junior would still need a beating. See, there's good things about this movie.
Some damn enchiladas. Oh.
And shit jokes.
Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby.
But I can't stay mad at Miguel Nunez. He's too cool. However, when he finds his girlfriend Nina has been killed, it's a good thing that his last shit was his best shit. Although now I kinda think Fadden did it. The halfway house has trained them very well. As Pam goes off to look for the others, they're equipped to take on a serial killer. Three of them are gonna die. Speaking of dead, Junior is also going out on a high note, as actor Ron Sloan goes the full Junior. That wasn't even Roy, that was just the neighbors taking care of the noise complaints themselves. And doing Ethel a favor because she can't live without her Junior. Her face is probably the most edible thing in that stew. But while the MPAA focuses too much on the sex and violence, they didn't even think about giving the movie an X just for pure awkward.
I want to make love with you. I said I didn't mean it!
And he's gonna go cheer himself up by watching one of those delightful 80s comedies, like Last American Virgin. Or maybe this'll be better. Damn, and he had one more rejection on his punch card before becoming a mass shooter. All you need to know here is that Robin spends the next 5 minutes topless and then she dies. See, I can show the bottom of the bunk, but as long as I can show this, all is right with the world. Yes, that's Violet doing a dance called the fan favorite character. She had to come up with her own dance after doing the Crispin would be too soon after Jimbo's death. Originally, her death was supposed to be way more graphic, with her being stabbed through the crotch while exercising. I'm surprised this movie had a limit. Roy stacks the dead bodies in Tommy's room, he knows how to pin shit on others, and he also ran out of room stacking bodies in Vic's room. But even though they aren't running from Jason... Can I point out that Roy seems wildly just as strong as Jason? Sure, go to the paramedics. Roy will return when he's done killing people. I sure hope they weren't on their way to anything important when Roy decided to kill his partner. But unfortunately, Matt lost today, but it doesn't mean he has to like it. Roy even knows Jason's MO of throwing someone through the window in every movie. If only they would stop to look closer, they'd see those blue things aren't on the regular Jason mask, and there's no slit from part 3. And Vic would have made sure there's a slit. Someone help Pam. After this, we need to talk about how this machinery is too easy for these characters to turn on. After we discuss what kind of superpower Roy has that he's able to survive this. Oh, it's nothing, just a giant hole in his stomach. As long as you think you're Jason, you will be just as powerful as Jason. Hell, would it even matter if he got hit by a chainsaw at this point? It'd be just a flesh wound. It's all good. He's a paramedic. That means he's self-healing. Good, Tommy shows up just in time to do his sweet karate moves. That's not Tommy's best martial arts move. But something good came out of a mental patient having a knife. Not that that'll slow Roy down any. But they did find the best hiding spots. Perhaps Roy will go home now. Idiot. Look, someone was gonna die by accident in this barn anyway. There's too many sharp objects just laying around. So it might as well be Roy that lands on the bed of spikes. He has the best chance of surviving it. By the way, Roy was the killer. See, on their way back from giving exposition about Norman Bates, they give exposition about Roy. You see, Pam, Roy was a moron. Joey was his son, so he wanted revenge by killing everyone except the person who actually did kill his son. I know I mentioned this in the previous review, but I'll mention it again because I love pointing it out. Who in the hell took this picture? And did they win some kind of journalism award for it? If they survived? This all leads to an ending where Tommy dreams of killing Pam, then jumps into a reality where he was able to just take Roy's mask, thus setting up that it will now be Tommy who becomes the killer in the series. As you know, this setup was dropped in the next movie, The Revenge of Michael Myers. While at first Part 5 was fairly low regarded by having Roy as the killer, but as the years went on, it does have a pretty big share of fans. It gets high marks for being one of the sleazier entries in the series. It's got a number of great deaths, quite a bit of nudity, and genuinely funny moments, and characters that stand out even with limited screen time. Given they bring Jason back and never mention Roy again, I guess this is less a new beginning and more a brief pause. But even with that, the movie still made a hell of a profit. It brought in 11 times its $2 million budget. Still, I'm glad to see more love given to Roy. He even has his own action figure now. Roy is like the Ben Tramer of the Friday the 13th series. That is, if Ben Tramer also started killing people. There, now I have an updated video on Friday the 13th Part 5, A New Beginning. Though I probably could have just summed it all up by saying, Roy good, spoiled enchiladas bad.
Ooh, baby, ooh, baby, ooh, baby, ooh, baby.
Well, this adaptation of Frankenstein sure is taking a lot of liberties. Last time we talked about a Friday the 13th movie, some guy named Jason got some people to fuck. But several years ago when we talked about Friday the 13th Part 5, it ended a little something like this. And as we all know, that ending was ignored in favor of making Tommy Jarvis a mute psychic who can foresee Jason's kills. Alright, that's not right at all. You know, I hesitate to give too much shit to Jason Lives, because it is better than A New Beginning. A beginning that was so short-lived it lasted for just one movie. I guess the idea of resurrecting a vengeful paramedic was deemed too silly, so they decided to bring back Jason. And to bring back Jason, producers hired writer-director Tom McLaughlin to handle the project. McLaughlin's idea was to tell a more humorous Jason story, one that uses meta-humor, slapstick, and a tongue-in-cheek, self-aware attitude that makes me very angry. This is a serious film series that should be treated with respect, like Part 4 did. Don't think you got it made, no, you're wrong. See, this series is above self-parody. While McLaughlin was given semi-free reign to make his funny Jason movie, the main condition was that Jason be the killer. Producer Frank Mancuso Jr. was sold on McLaughlin's comedy scripts, while other producers were skeptical of this different kind of Jason movie. Skeptical producers, yet the movie was still allowed to do something different. What kind of sorcery is this? Would audiences be able to get the joke of the film? Well, hard to say. A surprising number of people didn't get this joke. A Halloween movie without Michael Myers as the killer is like a Jason movie without Jason as the killer, and Jason's been the killer since the very beginning. I repeat, a surprising number of people. Maybe producers thought the film's humor contradicted its Terror Inc. name. Jason picked the wrong time to come back. It's tornado season. You know, it's a slasher film when you can see the teen's pot smoke off camera. The movie wants you to know right away about its silly nature.
I don't know how you talked me into this, Tommy. Hell, I must be crazy.
I know that when I go to take down a supposedly dead serial killer, the first person I'm gonna take with me is Ron Horshack Palillo. Tom Matthews takes over the role of Tommy Jarvis, and he's wearing a fantastic Emilio Estevez disguise. His plan is to dig Jason up and then kill him again, which ignores part 5 when they said that he was cremated. Well, everyone else ignores part 5.
Seeing it won't, but destroying it will. Jason belongs in hell. I'm gonna see he gets there.
So he's dead, but not in hell? Jason is in purgatory? They find the grave, but with no date of birth or death, this could be any Jason Voorhees. Leave it to Horshack to be the smartest character in the entire series. You should listen to him.
There's his grave. Okay, let's go.
They've made a huge mistake. They accidentally dug up the zombie from Zombie. I too feel disturbed when I'm reminded of certain Corey Feldman movies. That also reminds me, whatever happened to Tommy Jarvis's sister? Tommy has been disturbed for years, but his sister is apparently okay with what happened in the past. Well, this is already a bad idea, so let's make it worse.
Oh, shit.
Damn right, oh shit. You're desecrating a corpse.
Yeah, fuck you, Jason.
And hurling needless insults at him as well. I could do without the name calling, thank you very much. He's soon struck by lightning, and that reignites the worm monster inside of him, which can only be killed through another Voorhees. That is, if we truly believe Creighton Duke. I sort of feel like the Jesse Walsh scream would be appropriate in this instance. I wonder if Tommy now regrets this terrible idea. And the rain putting out the matches means that God is apparently on Team Jason. And there goes the only character who called out the lead's bullshit, and he also tried doing something about it. Tom Matthews has had enough of this. Once you've banged an alien from LA, you really don't need to deal with Jason. Well, we've had exploding masks and 3D titles in the previous opening credits. What's this one gonna spring on us? Everyone knows that Jason is way too street to play James Bond. It's great being put in a position making jokes about a movie that makes jokes about itself. It's almost like what I'm doing is completely pointless. They should have all seen this resurrection coming. The box states that not only does Jason live, but that his mask is fucking huge! And why the hell did someone named Tommy write all over my box cover? But I am more worried about the supposed scene in which Jason apparently springs forth from a river of hot lava. Tommy attempts to warn the most trigger-happy police in the state.
You better cool out, boy. You already almost got your head blown off.
Will you listen, damn it?
Don't piss me off, Junior, or I will repaint this office with your brains.
That would be murder. The sheriff puts him in jail, mainly because the murders that are about to follow are all his fault, but also for being in Midnight Cabaret. Maybe the fact that they renamed Crystal Lake Forest Green will confuse Jason.
That's why we changed the name. People want to forget this was Crystal Lake, and they don't need some kid stirring up Jason shit again.
Yeah, but they're not likely to forget that half of their residents have been butchered. Batitude.
Someone needs to stop Jason. Too bad I'm in jail.
The fuck? Oh, right. That's from the Geek Review. I guess it all comes full circle. That is, until the next episode of Lloyd comes out.
The day has come to finally get this filthy animal.
I see Tony Goldwyn is on his way to put Jason's head inside of a microwave.
Darren, we better turn around.
Why?
Because I've seen enough horror movies to know any weirdo wearing a mask is never friendly.
That's a fair point, but it seems a little insensitive to make movies like that in this universe. He's gonna interrogate Jason to find out where the Rita Miller money went. Don't worry about Carl, he'll be taken care of. That's disturbing. His wife has the better idea. She offers Jason money. See that, audience? If you keep giving him money, he'll keep returning. Sorry, Jason only accepts Canadian money. Oh shit, he's having a recurring nightmare about being in Dangerously Close. And by the way, was every punk 20-something in the 80s auditioning for 21 Jump Street? The sheriff's daughter and her friends are there to run a summer camp, but Tommy warns them about Jason. Whatever, he's hot. The cops aren't doing shit, but you know who would do something about this? Sheriff Horshack. Too bad no one is interested in resurrecting his corpse. They just bury his ass instead.
Some folks have a strange idea of entertainment.
The hell are you judging me for, Paramount? You made the movie. You know what could have saved these people? Listening to the song on the radio.
They should have at least called, don't you think? Megan? What? Hello? Yeah.
It's Alice Cooper's theme to Friday the 13th Part 6. It's an omen, and yet all they can talk about is the series continuity.
What if he did come back here? Searching for the one that decapitated his vengeful mother.
Way to keep up. Jason took care of her at the beginning of Part 2. Doesn't matter, Angela Baker's gonna kill them all anyway.
Think I'd rather deal with old Jason.
Me too. At least Jason never sings this.
Oh, I'm a happy camper. I love the summer sun.
Meanwhile, Jason is really pissed off that he wasn't invited to paintball day. The executives are quickly taken out by the woman disguised as Joan Allen, and this has pissed off some of the other executives.
Dumb broad! She tricked! She should have stayed in the kitchen where she belongs!
You want the New York Ripper set. That's miles and miles away. While this dude is busy having a nice day, I feel like there's not enough Woody Allen slapstick in this. This is getting to be too much. I miss when the characters took these movies seriously. Yet another Native American actor completely ignored by the Oscars. When all three of them get their heads chopped off, it's like the darkest Three Stooges ending ever. Or, well, the second darkest. My first thought, though, is, damn, Jason sure hasn't been missing many meals in that grave. After Jason is clearly disqualified after being shot with a paintball gun, he reveals himself to not only be a murderer, but also a cheater. The sheriff escorts Tommy out of town before Brian Dennehy and his deputies get a hold of him, but Tommy has a better idea, to show them the grave himself. Unfortunately, the grave has been filled in, which, what the hell?
You made my deputy draw his revolver. He's been dying to try out his mail-order laser scope.
This town needs Jason because without him, they're incredibly murder-happy. And they're a little questionable with their vulgarities.
Does he think I'm a farthead?
Ah, great. Use a word like farthead and a bunch of kids show up. At least maybe we'll get a history lesson.
Look, here's a story. These are called Indian markers, okay? Let's just say you have a chief, right? And he dumps his squaw or his wife or whatever, and he decides, hey, I'm gonna pick up with another one, I'm gonna take off with her.
Fantastic. I feel so informed. It's like listening to this guy talk about Indians. No time for that. We've got yuppies on the loose.
I don't know. I mean, you know, sort of hurt. You thought I brought you up here just to...
Stick a twig up my pee hole, you know. Jason is making a huge mistake. If he kills off the old man, who's gonna bury the rest of the sweat hogs? Oh, this sounds like something I'd investigate.
Oh shit, this isn't what it looks like.
What are we gonna do?
We're gonna get to the sheriff's office.
Don't bother. If Jason didn't kill you, the sheriff's deputy would murder you with a laser scope gun. I think they're starting to run out of ways to kill time before they're murdered.
Okay, I've got a great game. It's called Camp Blood.
The object of the game is to find out which cabin Jason is in.
I know this game. It's the one where you throw a bunch of rocks at zombies and fight Jason's mom's severed head. Friday the 13th Part 6 is the only Friday the 13th film with zero nudity, which is one of the only tittyless slasher films that seems like that's part of the joke. But unfortunately, there's nothing to masturbate to. While Court is rocking out in the driver's seat, Jason is rocking out in the bathroom, and this scene's method of killing is totally fucking metal.
Hey, Nicky, what are you doing back there? Taking a dump?
Oops, Jason hates shit jokes. This guy is definitely gonna pay.
Jail.
Damn, Jason was killed by his own hubris. Okay, enough of my fake endings. Back to bad sheriff Port of Call Forest Green.
Sheriff's office? Oh, I'm sorry. He can't come to the phone right now. He's in the can draining his lizard. May I take a message?
Yes, help me. My family is being tortured. Tommy buys himself a bunch of books on how to defeat Jason. Fantastic. So while you're reading all of that, Jason has murdered like 20 people. And at least 10 instances of slapstick have happened.
Sheriff's office. I'm sorry he's not in. Can I take a message?
Yes, my family is still being tortured. It's been years, but Jason has finally returned to summer camp. Unfortunately, he has none of these traits, so he is definitely not going home with a badge. Sheriff Dunstcap actually believes that Tommy Jarvis is the murderer behind this. Someone is clinging a little too hard to the ending of Part 5. Not even Deputy Burt Reynolds can talk him out of this theory. They end up finding poor Woody Allen's body parts, so now they have another suspect on their list, Mia Farrow. Oh, and title drop!
Happy Friday the 13th.
That makes no sense. The first Tommy Jarvis movie began on Sunday the 15th. The 80s, when we had an entire magazine dedicated to the volleyball scene from Top Gun. She hears something outside, and her first instinct is to pour shitty beer on it. This is very bad. Jason is an IPA man, and he's definitely not gonna like the fact that you're wearing Angela's jersey. That's for making him smell like a frat party. And that's because the producers wanted extra gore added to the movie. Quite the opposite of Part 7, in which the gore was taken out. At least now Tommy has some help on his quest.
You said on the phone you needed some supplies, right?
Yes, but
Then let's get going. We can argue about it on the way. You tell me what you need and I'll see to it that you get it.
I want you to put my face in your crotch.
Get down! Streetwise runaway. 16.
Okay, thanks. The bandit takes a break from masquerading as Buford T. Justice to pull over these speeders, although this speeding sign raises more questions than it answers. Thankfully, the movie hasn't sunk as low as crotch jokes.
This is gonna be a hairy turn. Hang on.
Rock all night, gonna blow this.
Ugh, the movie's dignity has now been stripped, you bunch of fartheads. Good one, Tommy. Now you've really given the sheriff a reason to shoot you. I feel like a more appropriate subtitle than Jason Lives is Good One, Tommy. Oh boy, the ghosts are really coming up with more elaborate and bloody ways of taunting Carol Ann. Is she gonna fill the annoying kid quota for the film?
Sissy and Court are playing jokes. You know, trying to scare each other.
Why?
Then you can go to bed.
Wait, what if they try to scare us?
I can't imagine why your parents would want to dump you in the woods for a whole summer. They think it's Sissy and Court that are playing jokes on them, but nothing could be jokier than naming your kids Sissy and Court. At least they're not blaming Tommy.
You just sit tight, Jason.
Tommy Jarvis never played Jason, but he did play Freddy in Return of the Living Dead. The sheriff gets a call from Batman telling him that he's an idiot for thinking Tommy is the killer. Meanwhile, I think Jason wants a gander at this girl's rather amazing eyes. Oh, and he also wants to kill her. Tommy and Megan come up with a plan to escape, which involves borrowing the Terminator's gun for a second.
You better do as she says, because wherever the red dot goes, you bang.
That's also what a porn director says when he directs with a laser pointer. It seems like they're mainly locking up the deputy for his condescending attitude.
I'll get it for you, babe. Really screwing up here, Missy.
This guy is gonna feel right at home when he discovers he can make internet comments. Without Horseshack, I don't know how Tommy is gonna do this.
The only way now to stop Jason is to return him to his original resting place, where he drowned in 1957.
Or to have just not dug him up in the first place. That one is still on you, buddy. Oh shit, is Jason really gonna kill a kid? Oh please, oh please, oh please, oh please.
No, let me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul forgive. If I should die before I wake up, pray the Lord my soul forgive. No, let me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul forgive. If I should die before I wake
Pure Flix's slasher films are way better than their regular films. Unfortunately, Officers Hooper and Jan Michael Vincent are a little too late. Well, looks like one of the campers has reached adulthood. Something is definitely wrong here. The lights are freaking out.
Hey!
Now, how am I supposed to know what happened unless it's in 3D? Thank you! Though I wish there was a 2D version of that clip. Don't worry, they've still got Gator to protect them. Damn, Stroker Ace just crashed and burned. The sheriff finally has a good idea. He's gonna surround himself with children to keep from getting killed, just like Indiana Jones. But his vengeful side kicks in as he shoots Jason for hypnotizing Tommy into killing all of those people. Tommy could help the sheriff, but lack of snow isn't gonna stop him from making a snowman. I'm sure the sheriff can handle this. At least Megan still has one parent left.
If your mother were still alive.
That's it. Out.
Oh, oof. Well, somehow that's probably also Tommy's fault.
Here! You're gonna be sorry!
You mean he's not already sorry? Jason realizes that he's crushed far too many heads in this movie, but has yet to conquer a Tom Matthews. At least he did get to scare a bunch of kids. I feel like that should happen at every summer camp. Jason is gonna tell him exactly what he thinks of Down Twisted.
Hey! Asshole! It's me you won't remember! Come on! Come on, chicken shit! Come on, I'm standing here waiting! Come on, you pussy!
There always has to be a bully in these summer camp films. Wait a minute, this isn't the hot lava that was featured on the back of the box, although it is causing Jason to get the volcano shits. This isn't so bad. Tommy's just been wanting to fit him for a necktie this entire time. Surprisingly, this plan actually works, and it'll keep trespassers from swimming, because there's always going to be something that's going to try to pull you under the water. Unless you recreate the ending of I Spit on Your Grave. Apparently Jason's veins are pumped with hot garbage. Wait until the second day of camp, kids. That's when some cannibals are gonna hang a woman by her breasts. So, anyone gonna tell her that her dad is dead?
It's over. It's finally over.
Well, at least it's over for Tommy Jarvis. This is his last movie, but there's still plenty of these sequels left. Now Jason isn't just fish bait, but he's sequel bait.
Jail.
Ugh, enough of these fake out endings. That was the real ending. I feel comfortable now laughing at Friday the 13th Part 6's hilarious escapades, since as a cinema snob, the only slasher films I like are the ones that make fun of slasher films. This movie was like the Scream of the 80s, except every slasher film after Friday the 13th Part 6 wasn't trying to be like Friday the 13th Part 6. But beyond the positive critical reception, the film is also a fan favorite of the series, which of course meant that it didn't make as much money as the others, being the first Friday the 13th film to make less than $20 million, but given its incredibly low budget, the film still made a hell of a profit. We had to wait 2 years before the next Friday the 13th film, which was the first crossover of the series, Jason vs. Carrie. Does that movie have the wink-wink humor of Part 6? Well, we'll find out next Friday the 13th. Or you could just watch the movie. It's gonna be several years before I'm done with this series.
Real dead meat.
So, what were you gonna be when you grew up?
Oh boy, made it just in time. Happy Friday the 13th, everyone, because we're now on the 7th entry in this series. You know, I really should get a Friday the 13th poster, but at least I actually have the VHS tape. Smaller print on the side of the box. Don't like that consistency. Don't like that consistency at all. Hey, we're back up here, and the tape's still in my hand. This is the Friday the 13th movie where we find out Jason's whole head is the mask, and that he's going to exchange faces with some box cover model. And according to the back of the box, he definitely has arthritis this time around. In Friday the 13th Part 7, a girl with telekinetic powers goes to Crystal Lake for treatment and fights Jason. What kind of treatment, you ask? Well, the producers really wanted to do Freddy vs. Jason at this point, but couldn't, so they opted for Carrie vs. Jason instead. This is all wrong right off the bat. It should be Friday 7 Inc. This time around, the film is directed by special effects maestro John Carl Beechler, and if Part 7 is for some reason your first entry into the series, the opening has you covered.
There's a legend round here. A killer buried, but not dead.
Holy shit, it's Crazy Ralph! He's back from the dead! And why is Jason still a legend? He's killed like half the population of New Jersey at this point!
Some have even tried to stop him. No one can.
That's because you keep paying to see these movies and forcing us cinema snobs to judge you for it. I appreciate the opening reminding me that people died, and due to the extreme cuts the MPAA forced upon the movie, these are some of the only fully death scenes you'll see in Part 7. Oh yeah, I remember Part 6, where Jason was defeated by Tommy Jarvis lighting his farts. Already we start with Jason being totally unmasked, and behind that mask, his face is the title. New blood, huh? Must stand for Tommy Jarvis isn't in this. Whoa, Larry Cox, Craig Thomas, Diane Almeida, and Kane Hodder as Jason? Really, you just needed one, guys. But how about that classic Friday the 13th theme?
Stop beating the trash cans and play the original theme.
So Jason is still underwater, and in all this time, no one strapped a fucking bomb to him? Did Tommy not tell anyone he was down there? But before Tina can grow into her Carrie White-like abilities, she needs to finish off her role as Carol Ann from Poltergeist. Tina's father is rather abusive, and she handles an abusive parent like any child would. By turning the deck into a Universal Studios theme park ride. That killed a guy. It's years later, and by the ridiculous timeline in these movies, that would put this around the year 2000. Oh yeah, I totally believe that, and that this isn't 1988.
I don't think this is such a good idea.
Finally, someone acknowledges that they really shouldn't be going to Murder Forest.
Terry Kaiser plays Dr. Cruz, who thinks it's a good idea for Tina to return to the scene of her dad's death, and to be next door to some partiers.
Hi. There goes the neighborhood.
Racist? There is at least one decent guy there.
I'm sorry.
Thanks.
Here.
Thanks. You've been a great help. I don't know what I would have done without you.
Hey, be nice to Dr. Wesley from Days of Our Lives. Wait a minute, Clark Kent? No. I can handle Carrie versus Jason, but not Shot on Shittio versus Jason. I don't care how good this guy's bedside manner is.
And you're lying to me. You are lying because it happens when your emotions are at their peak. Concentrate, Tina.
Don't piss off the girl who can scanners your fucking head.
Moving shit is really easy when there's a magnet attached to it. Can this be more impressive?
Oh, it's bullshit!
And that's going straight onto YouTube, where I can leave a comment that says, "Fake!" For luck, Tina keeps a picture of Starman on her wall, and while Starman may have brought back Jenny Hayden, Tina is not quite as smart with her powers.
That's not her dad. And why the hell would her dad's body still be in the lake anyway?
Damn, while underwater, Jason grew a whole foot taller, put on 100 more pounds from eating fish, and is in desperate need of a chiropractor. How is Tina going to explain this?
But it wasn't my father.
And your mind is manufacturing these hallucinations because...
It wasn't a hallucination.
Yes, it was.
No!
Stop breaking shit!
A good sign that Jason is back is that someone's car broke down. The Jason sense is very bad on the car engine. These two are on their way to Party Cabin for the guy's surprise birthday party. Ooh, spoiler.
What are you talking about?
This is supposed to be a surprise party for your birthday. Everybody's waiting for us to show up. I got this great cabin and everything.
For his birthday, you got him murder. You're a terrible girlfriend. I see they changed the name back to Crystal Lake from Forest Green. Might as well. It's still the murder capital of the world regardless, as these two are about to find out. Did he stab her in the ass? Be more specific! Oh my god, did she set up one of those murder mystery parties for my birthday? She's the greatest! And I get to be the murder victim! Oh, so much fun! Funner than spending more time with these people.
What do you think of Starlicon? 30,000 years into the future, the entire galaxy is populated by highly evolved protozoa.
I think you need to go back to the drawing board, young Wachowski. Now we're introduced to two people who are totally gonna bang, and sorta Marty McFly's sister. Oh, and Tina can see murders now. So it's Jason versus Carrie versus Halloween 5. I'm guessing the treatment isn't working.
Mom, I saw him again.
Oh, what?
The man thing in the lake, I saw him again. He was killing a boy with a metal spike.
Hey, relax. What do you mean you saw it?
It was Jason Voorhees. How do people still not know who he is? Relax, Dr. Cruz is gonna help you out by turning you into the mannequin. What is it about Jason that makes random people wanna fuck?
Let me meet you.
Dan, we need wood.
You know there's a pill for that. Oh, that kind of wood. Sorry. At least Jason now has wood. He's got a very strange fetish. Oh, good. Stock footage from Friday the 13th, the final chapter. You couldn't film another tent? That is so obviously not the same tent. Well, they didn't use sleeping bag stock footage. That was originally a much longer sequence in which he beat her several times against that tree. Here, it just looks like she died from a few broken ribs. And is no one concerned that the birthday boy didn't show up?
You know Michael. He probably got pulled over for drunk driving and spent the night in jail.
I mean, the guy can smell a party 100 miles away. He'll be here.
Your friend appears to have a drinking problem. You should really get his dead body some help. Who needs a party when we got Nick's backstory?
I grew up in Pittsburgh. I used to hang out with a real bad crowd. Then my dad kicked me out. And now I go to night school. Your turn.
Dude, you look 30. After kissing Nick, yet getting caught by Melrose Place, someone is now in a good mood.
Hello, Tina.
And good mood is instantly crushed. Sounds like Tina just needs some good old alcohol treatment and partying. Plus very tasteless jokes about her mental illness.
Wow!
Excellent Joe Chill impression. I'm starting to think that Tina coming back to this house was a very stupid idea.
Look what you're doing to him!
Because now they need a new TV set. How are they gonna watch Friends reruns? It might be the episode Dr. Wesley is on. Doesn't matter. Two other people are about to fuck.
When did you first fall in love with me?
The first time I saw the enormous size of your beautiful wallet.
Oh, don't say that. You know Jason is a gold digger. And now he's gonna collect everything from that guy's life insurance. This girl, however, he's killing just for fun. Ooh, someone is working on her She's All That plot line because she has a crush on the stoner. And Dynasty here wants to bang Nick so hard that she's even willing to bang Kelso from that 70s show only to make Nick jealous. Too much drama in this movie. You're right, Doctor. This is a nice night for a walk through the middle of the woods. That's probably just some leftover Halloween decorations. Tina's mom finds out the truth about Cruz. He likes collecting clamshell VHS tapes.
I know how it happened. The Anderson case in '65. The documentation here is much greater. By keeping Tina's trauma and stress levels high, I am confident I can induce huge psychokinetic reactions.
I don't know that shot on Shitty-O Movie. Is it the missing segment from Tales from the Quadead Zone? I don't think I trust this Cruz guy.
You brought her here so that you could watch her perform.
Again, think of the YouTube hits. Astronomical! Dr. Cruz wants to have her committed, not because she's an X-Men, but because she stole the car, and she wants to run down hallucinations in the road. Now, your car may be wrecked, but don't go looking for wood, you will die. Extreme Makeover is now looking her best year 2000. She looks so good she's making dead bodies fall from the trees. Oh? Where are you going? Jason just wants to tell you how great your new look is. Unfortunately, his full love for you has been left on the editing room floor, along with the other love scenes. But the fucking is still left intact. Does Jason sense more fucking? Yep, definitely more fucking. Meanwhile, the black guy is celebrating the fact that he's not the first one to die. But he was still gonna die eventually. He and his girlfriend sure had a lot in common. And that thing they have in common is more chopped up death scenes. Sorry to keep harping on this, but the real killer of this film isn't Jason, it's the MPAA. These death scenes should be intact so that I can complain about this movie being far too violent. Oh, but thank God they left in the awkward sex rejection scene.
I've been rejected by some of the finest science fiction magazines in the continental United States.
Dude, that's because you wrote Star Odyssey. And still, no one has cleaned up this Halloween decoration.
Michael?
This is no time for an I told you so. What the hell kind of mood do you need to be in for this kind of movie?
I'm really stoned.
Oh, well, that makes sense. But will Stoner with the munchies get his post-sex food? I think he will.
Maddie?
Whoa, he died. I was way wrong. And why the fuck does Dr. Cruz just have Jason Voorhees clippings laying around?
It was him in the lake.
What are you talking about?
Do you ever watch the fucking news? And this fucking bastard should be killed for opening another person's birthday presents.
Melissa?
Jason doesn't take too kindly to bad birthday party etiquette. Look guys, we've got 25 minutes of this movie left. You all really need to start dying at a much quicker rate. One death per 5 minutes just isn't cutting it. Again, killed by a few broken bones. Ugh, I can't stay on this scene. Lar Park Lincoln and Kevin Spiritus actually give very good performances. I need to go back to more death scenes.
Oh my gosh!
Thank you for using her body as a human shield. I was worried no one else was gonna die in this movie. If you were ever gonna turn into your superhero alter ego Denim Man, this is the time to do it. Perhaps he could save Dr. Cruz before he's killed, and Jonathan Silverman and Andrew McCarthy do hilarious shenanigans with his body. Or don't. Where'd he get that? It's a good thing that was cut out. Slasher movie fans really hate gruesome death scenes, just like fans of comedy films really hate the funny parts. Thanks for looking out for us, MPAA. Why the hell is Jason dragging bodies into the middle of the woods? Everyone needs a hobby, I guess. And why does this body keep falling from the trees at just the right moments? Oh boy, it's time for that knuckle to telekinetic knuckle Jason versus Carrie throwdown that we've been waiting for. Or it could be that they're simply in the woods from the Evil Dead. Clearly she didn't read the part in the newspaper clippings where electricity only makes him stronger. But it's finally happened. Jason's been waiting this whole movie to jump through a window in slow motion. Nothing's gonna stop him. Wouldn't it be something if that worked? This may be the first entry where Jason is annoyed to death. Jason may be a killer, but at least he isn't doing slapstick with a human head. Tasteless. And Tina is so selfish for not even thinking of the carpenter bills. There's easier ways to get rid of termites. Is this the end?
jail.
Fucking mistakes. I don't know what's worse, having a rooftop fall on you or having to spend time with 90210. Jason says neither are any good. You know what this needs? Good old-fashioned going banana style sound effects. Good. Jason versus Home Alone. I definitely didn't ask for that. She could break the rest of his spine, but melting his mask works too. Holy shit, it's Doomsday! Just leave a suicide note next to him. You can cover all of this up nicely. So, did that finally kill him?
Jail.
After 7 movies, Jason finally gets nailed. And I'm starting to really love annoyed as hell Jason. But don't light him on fire, you're gonna ruin his beautiful face. They have to duck and cover from the movie's budget happening on screen. Don't know how this movie can top blowing him the fuck up.
Let's get out of here.
I would ask how the fuck did they not see him coming, but the most ridiculous thing in the movie is about to happen right now. What? She could bring people back from the dead? And why was his body still down there? What is with Crystal Lake and not cleaning the bodies out of the water? Another Friday the 13th movie, another post-massacre ambulance scene. Thankfully, Nick has a more answered conclusion than Paul from part 2. So, Jason survived electrocution and fire, but being pulled underwater by a zombie killed him. Wait, I didn't hear jail. How do I know if this is the real ending or not? And thus ends one of the most infamously hacked to shreds slasher films of the 1980s. There have been some DVD releases that have included the uncut death sequences as bonus features. Yeah, that's nice. You know what would have been better? Putting them in the actual movie! And yet this movie still turned in a profit, making $19 million against a $2 million budget, and we got our first appearance of Kane Hodder as the definitive Jason. While Part 7 may have mixed things up a bit by adding an element of sorcery into the series, later entries would also try shaking up the formula as well. For instance, the next Friday the 13th movie is Friday the 13th Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan, in which he totally takes Manhattan. Kinda. Sorta. Not really.
I know! Star Mummy!
Hey, you want to see a movie where Jason Voorhees takes on the mean streets of New York City? Well, maybe someday they'll make one. At first glance, Friday the 13th Part 8 may seem like a truly appealing entry into the series, if you like that kind of thing. I mean, look at this box cover. Jason is bigger than the New York skyline itself, and he's even crashing through an I Heart New York sign in this controversial poster. I say controversial because the poster was removed due to a complaint by the New York Tourism Committee. I guess they were afraid that people would avoid New York for fear of being chased by fictional slasher movie villains. But this image, in which he takes on the role as Woody Allen's sky-floating mom in New York Stories, that's much better. And look, Jason himself even went on Arsenio to promote the movie.
What happened, man? Where did it all begin?
Ooh, awkward. I bet the black guy dies first. So how could they possibly disappoint fans yearning to pay money to see Jason in the Big Apple? So let's see how they disappointed the fans.
We live in claustrophobia, a land of steel and concrete, trapped by dark waters. There is no escape, nor do we want it.
Get your goddamn coffee shop beat poetry out of my slasher film! I sure hope my fellow coffee shop beat poets aren't watching this, because I am definitely plagiarizing what that guy just said. Is this foreshadowing? Is he gonna be fighting Batman along the way? What? It makes sense. Their origins both involve dead mothers. We're doing away with the white text on black background credits this time out. We got Ninja Turtles who may or may not show up. Let's hear this catchy tune. It's about time these credits got more 80s. In 1989. Get a good look at these settings, by the way. The dark alleys of New York, the subways, late-night diners, the Statue of Liberty. Yeah, get a good look at them, because you won't see them again for another hour and 5 minutes. In a movie called Jason Takes Manhattan. The film mainly centers around a graduating high school class in Crystal Lake who are on board a cruise ship headed to New York. And guess where most of the action takes place? This is gonna be a long cruise, but they do get New York radio stations.
This request has gone all the way out to Crystal Lake in the senior class at Lakeview High.
That's us.
All right. And we wish them the best of luck and success when they come to visit our seductive city.
I remember when I was in New York City and I heard the DJ congratulating a New Jersey small town's graduation trip to New York. Oh wait, no I don't. I was probably drunk. But before we get to the sex, how about some dirty talk?
Come on, Jimmy. Something's bothering you.
Just that we're right around that summer camp where all those murders took place.
Oh, you mean the camp that's a stone's throw away from your houseboat and looks up and running? He's giving us the backstory on Jason, but he's telling it wrong. Why does the kid Jason have hair? And his girlfriend is the only one in Crystal Lake who seems unaware about the mass murderer who butchered half the town over a period of a decade. Oh, wait, according to the timeline, this should be taking place somewhere between about 1999 and 2002. He's been murdering people for decades! In case you forget, when we last saw Jason, he faced off against Carrie White, who resurrected her dead father to pull Jason under the docks. Wait, what? Why don't we keep her around? She can raise the dead. It won't matter if Jason kills anyone. Tina can make him rise back up out of the lake. But I guess a dock is too heavy for him to push off, so he's just taking a breather for a while. Why did this subdue him? They better have a good excuse for Jason coming back. Thank you for giving us the truth about electricity. Move over, Mr. Wizard. But it's not too early in the movie for a good fake-out jump scare.
Got you good, Susie.
Psych, I didn't really kill you. Will you have sex with me now? Jason's mask was destroyed in Part 7, so why is Crystal Lake selling commemorative Jason masks complete with the axe mark from Part 3? And why does this guy have both a hockey mask and a harpoon gun on the boat? Is this guy secretly a Jason wannabe, like the paramedic from Part 5? The hell is going on here? Not that it matters. The guy is murdered before he more than likely would have killed his girlfriend. Seems like it would have been pretty easy to do so. Instead of jumping off the boat and swimming to shore, she hides in the one place that Jason will look. You're supposed to shoot that into the target, you lazy fuck. Now there's a whole boat full of horny teenagers, or about 5 or 6. The budget can't afford a whole graduating class. It can't even afford to film in a place that its title suggests. Our lead character is Rennie, who is such a good student, the teachers give her presents.
Stephen King supposedly used it in high school.
Great, so can we blame that pen for Dreamcatcher? You'll need this, Rennie. You can use it as a weapon in the film later. The real sourpuss of the movie isn't the axe murderer, but Dr. Charles McCulloch, biology teacher, Rennie's guardian, and professional wet blanket.
I'm her legal guardian, not you or anybody else. And I know what's best for her.
She needs to be a love interest on a Jonathan Silverman sitcom. End of discussion.
There's other parenting issues too, as the captain's son, Shaun, is not very good at boats.
You forgetting something, mister? Send out the International Maritime Signal.
You'll never hit an iceberg with this kind of incompetence, son.
Jason looks confused as to why a whaling ship appears to be being used as a cruise ship, and why Crystal Lake is apparently big enough to sail to New York City. That's the real twist. Crystal Lake is the Atlantic Ocean. Don't worry, they took along a crazy old man to tell them that they're doomed.
This voyage is doomed.
Between this guy, Crazy Ralph, and Eyeball Guy from Part 3, maybe people would actually listen to you old coots if you stopped being so weird. Everyone is giving Rennie presents. Shaun gives her a piece of Ghostbusters 2 memorabilia. He was going to get her a Young and the Restless autograph, but that's a second cruise gift. But Uncle Buzzkill soon comes along.
What are you doing here?
Ugh, no one told me you were also graduating.
And no one told us that Joan Jett is also in their class. Her cameraman, Wayne, is a little distracted. He just got done being booted off of Letterman after almost kicking him in the face. Such great locations. I prefer all my cruise ships look like an abandoned house Phelis stumbled across. And what's these people's deal? They all seem troubled.
Rennie, you're making a big mistake. It's not too late to put you back on shore.
Then again, I wouldn't be able to look at your soft, succulent lips.
What the fuck, Uncle Touchy? Ooh, this place is perfect to shoot at the walls of heartache. She is the ship's warrior. Jason prefers his tie-in music videos to actually happen within the film, even if the song won't be finished because he murders the lead. Well, so much for the Pretenders. Jason is still in spying mode in this film, but those unfortunate pants are causing Jason to prefer looking at the near-naked dog. Oh, and I guess the boat is a submarine now.
Toby!
The dog is having the same visions she is? Can she daydream about New York so we can get there quicker? Other students are reenacting all of Cuba Gooding Jr.'s scenes from Pearl Harbor, and, you'll film your shot-on shitty-o movie on your own time, mister. Why do I sound like the Cinema Snob's twin brother? But let's not forget that this is still the 80s, no matter what the timeline says.
Nighttime is the right time.
You're on your way to New York. Why would you want to fill up on appetizers? Room for one more, ladies?
Are you girls using drugs?
You know we don't allow Mountain Dew and Starburst on this ship.
Ooh, they're in so much trouble.
I'll be coming around to your stateroom in exactly 15 minutes, Miss Mason, so you better have your biology project ready or I'll be phoning your parents.
Haven't they already graduated? Isn't that what this whole cruise is about? Must get revenge on Rennie. It was probably that bitch who narked on us. Or it could have been the third smelliest guy on this cruise. Jason takes out the biggest threats first. Guy hanging out by himself in the sauna. I don't know what it is, but Jason seems a little more steamed here. Meanwhile, back to the Revenge. Oh yeah, swim with the sharks, bitch! Rennie may be drowning, but it's good that the ship came to an immediate and complete stop. This is what happens when you apparently only have 2 adult chaperones.
You've done a wonderful job of supervising the kids. What the hell happened here?
It wasn't her fault.
Give me those towels.
I'm the only one who brings her towels on this ship. And have they been reminded of their imminent doom yet?
He's come back. And you're all gonna die.
You're on this ship too, idiot! So Rennie has been living with a crippling fear of water, she sees weird visions, and Evil Dead movies keep popping out of the mirrors. But enough about that. How about that biology report?
Wouldn't you like a glass of champagne first, Charles?
17, my ass! I'm watching this scene for a biology report, goddammit!
Hey.
Would it be worth it to lose my teaching career? Is teaching really that important?
Now you stop that. I mean, really?
Slim Goodbody never gave me this kind of erection before. This is only Charles' kink for about 10 seconds.
Now you've gone and done it. Not only are you going home, but I will see to it personally that you spend next year back in a high school classroom.
That way we'll have plenty more opportunities to bang. And I don't think he has that kind of power, especially with his VHS blackmail.
And as for you, you can forget about attending any film school. Ever!
Don't listen to him, kid. You'll grow up to be one of the TV executives on Unreal. Sure, you'll have hot girls rejecting you for a while, but with that camera, you can make 10 violent shit films. Oh my god, was that Corey Feldman? I didn't know Tommy was back. Now Tamara's washing the organs off of her, but oh no, there may be an intruder. Hey, knock first, ass! By God, I think that's Freddy Krueger out there. Nope, Jack Torrance. It's just Jason on another one of his coke freakouts. So is nighttime still the right time? Thankfully, the captain is still okay.
How old's your boy now, Carlson?
19 months.
Tremendous age. Take some advice. Don't push him too hard.
Well, you just signed your own death warrants. I like these death scenes better without knowing they have infant children at home. He may be doing the captain a favor, though. The SS Irwin Allen was about to tip over upside down. Good thing Shaun's last talk with his dad was positive.
Oh, Jesus.
Bet you wish you knew to blow the horn now, huh, ass? Let's talk about the real victims here, though.
I demand to know what is going on.
Shaun, you interrupted me masturbating to Tamara's half-naked body. I'm sorry about your father, though. Well, if only they were warned about this.
You're all gonna die. You're the last ones. He's come back for you.
Last ones? Really? So the only teenagers left in Crystal Lake are the seniors graduating from the high school? I doubt that.
Watch your mouth, young man.
What? It's one of the few sentences I had where I didn't curse. Ugh, gotta figure out some way to blame this on Shaun. Rennie drops anchor, but if they really wanted the boat to stop, she should have just jumped over again. Or listened to her always correct uncle.
But Shaun said that we needed to drop the anchors.
I'm the one you should be listening to!
Was Shaun on an episode of Star Trek The Next Generation? I think not, Missy. Tamara's friend Eve comes back and finds her filming an episode of Tamara's Never Seen Her 20s. Jason had better kill off Kelly Hu before she arrives at Sunset Beach. This time around, Jason has the amazing power of teleportation. This is why Kane Hodder is the definitive Jason after Betsy Palmer. He gains new powers and new body mass as the movies go along. Sure, you can complain about the series continuity, but he'll just strangle you over it. It's stunning he can do any of this with those black cloths covering his eye holes. The rest find an assortment of weapons, and it sucks to be the guy who went for the hammer before the last gun was taken. Not that it'll save Wayne, who loses his glasses, shoots a guy, and now has to see the world through the eyes of Wood Chipper Massacre. I'd be asking why he's filming this if it were a found footage movie, so you bet your ass I'm asking it when it isn't a found footage movie. See, his expensive camera just gets ruined anyway. Well, so much for Shot on Shittio ever being released. And how is Charles still alive?
Did you find Rennie?
She's locked safely in her room. No thanks to either of you.
I've had sex with way more students than you have. More good points, Charles.
But what about the fire?
How do we know there really is one?
And what proof is there that the students don't want to be murdered? Look, this guy sees Jason and figures the best idea is to climb up really high. He was asking for it. Rennie, meanwhile, poses for the picture on the back of the box. That's right, a shot on the back of the box is from a boat scene and not a New York scene, which this movie still hasn't gotten to yet. They have more important things to do, like following up on that pen foreshadowing. Now how is Stephen King gonna write Nightmares and Dreamscapes? Miss Van Dusen makes sure the nameless extras are safe. Ugh, they don't even have dialogue. Pass. Perhaps something can be solved in the engine room.
Get everybody off the ship!
You see, there's your problem. You replace the ship's engine with a swimming pool. Are these the only ones left out of the students?
We have to go.
Oh, wait! I left the others in the restaurant.
There is no more restaurant.
So why bother checking? We can't save them, then we'd have to give them lines and pay them higher salaries. And asking for a higher salary is the reason Tina isn't back in this film. They make it into the lifeboat, but no time to save Billy Zane this time. Jason is wondering why this looks like the same spot Rennie fell into earlier in the movie. Now let's sail on for, psych, motherfuckers! Black guy ain't dead yet! Okay, good. They're off the ship, they're in the lifeboat, it's over an hour into the movie. Maybe now Jason can finally take Manhattan.
Hollow voices whisper a cry for the devil light.
Oh, for the love of Christ! Okay, that's not the end of the movie, but it is the end of the episode. We'll find out if Rennie, Shaun, and the gang survive both Jason and New York City when we finish watching the movie this October. I'm kidding, we'll talk about it later in the week. In case you need a refresher, I'd like to recap what you may have missed in the first hour of Friday the 13th, Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan.
Saying goodbye.
What the hell? These Jason movies got fucking ridiculous. Let's talk a little bit about the backstory of this major misleading letdown of a motion picture. It was a film that was advertised as Jason Rampages Through New York, Whether it was in the TV appearances or in the posters that say, New York has a new problem. Yeah, the cruise ship had a bigger body count. Using the tagline, just another Friday, would have been a much better choice. But the movie's extreme low budget and further budget cuts prevented a lot of what the filmmakers wanted to do with it. So, over an hour of the movie was set on the cruise ship, and scenes from the script, which featured the Brooklyn Bridge, the Empire State Building, and Madison Square Garden, were cut out. Pretty much anything that you would picture in your head for a movie called Jason Takes Manhattan is not anywhere close to being featured in the film. But I'm sure the film's trailer at least pointed out that this is primarily a boat film with very little of New York. Nope, it doesn't. The entirety of the trailer is Jason staring at New York City, and then this shit happens.
Friday the 13th, Part 8.
Nothing like that ever happens in this film. It's what makes even fans of this movie say, damn, fuck you. But we are now officially in the last act of the film. Which means we are off of the cruise ship and we can finally get to New York City despite what little time we have left in the film. No, please, at this point, movie, you've earned a break. While they're hanging out in purgatory from St. Elsewhere, we can at least count on Charles to still be a dick.
I hope you can find shore soon, Captain. We all don't want to drown out here.
When you're done playing with your Game Boy, Shaun, I would like to use it as bait to catch me a smallmouth bass. You can tell they've been stranded out at sea for hours because they all look fine. Okay, any minute now they are actually going to make it to New York City. It eventually has to happen. Oh my god, movie! Wake up, you padded piece of shit!
Yo, wake up. Oh, shit. Check it out. Damn, we're in New York. You did it, man, you did it. We are in New York, New York City.
Wow, they're looking at second unit footage while they're sitting in a stage pool. That's right, even though the characters have finally made it, I'm still gonna complain. That's because, again, due to the small budget, even when they're in New York, they still didn't have the budget to film there, except for 5% of the scenes, so most of it is shot in Vancouver. Poor Jason, that's a lot of underwater walking. Why didn't he just take them out when they were napping? Let the rampaging begin! There will be no rampaging. Stop being funny, Part 8. Only Part 6 is allowed to be funny. You could tell me that this was filmed in Twin Peaks, and I'd have believed it, but oh no, there's muggers, so I guess that means New York. Her necklace gets taken, as if it's hard to find a Statue of Liberty necklace in New York. Rennie is kidnapped, and I bet you all wish you stayed on that sinking ship now, huh? Well, I guess in a way they kinda are.
Calm down, will you? You heard what he said? They'll kill her. We have to find the police.
Have you noticed yet that Charles is one of those characters that we're supposed to hate, but he's the only one who is constantly making sense?
But Shaun said that we needed to drop the anchors.
I'm the one you should be listening to. Do you think dropping an anchor in the middle of a storm makes any sense whatsoever?
Yeah, why am I supposed to hate him again? And why the fuck isn't someone here to tell them that they're doomed? Oh, right. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that one of the muggers went on to become a fly girl. The good news is that she won't die because she's the final girl, but the bad news is that she's now addicted to heroin. Though for a moment, Jason becomes the hero when he actually saves her from being raped. He only kills both parties when it's consensual.
Who the fuck are you?
But he's gonna kill this guy for asking stupid questions. It's clearly the hockey player from the billboard. You know that guy could be fine. You better double tap him, Jason. With this city being so big, I doubt Jason will find any of them. Huh. I guess New York is pretty small if you never leave the same block. I gotta hand it to Julius though. Despite what we all know is gonna happen here, he is one character in a Friday the 13th movie who says, "Fuck it, I know I'm going out, so I'm gonna go out swinging." And once about a minute's worth of punching the shit out of Jason goes by, this happens. Easiest joke in the whole episode. Meanwhile, Rennie is high as fuck and lost in New York. How is she ever gonna find... Oh, there's Shaun. Why are they all split up? And Charles is the only one to actually get the cops. I'm rooting more and more for him as this film goes along. Unfortunately, the cop sticks around about as long as Julius's severed head does. Why couldn't there have been a scene of Jason dumpster diving for the head? But at least now they have a getaway car. You idiot! Oh no, Miss Van Dusen didn't make it out.
Van Dusen!
Well, that's nice. Jason victims, 17. Rennie victims, 1. I suppose we have time for a flashback, though. Not like there's a killer chasing them. Let's find out the origin of Rennie's fear of water. It has to do with Charles opting for tough love in teaching Rennie how to swim. And at this point in the timeline, shouldn't Jason still be chained down there from the ending of part 6? I guess this is the worst thing anyone in Crystal Lake has ever done. Okay, so that was a bit dickish on Charles' part, but that's how we taught people to swim in my day.
You pushed me into the lake.
I was only trying to teach you.
Can we talk about this later?
You son of a bitch.
Yes, Charles' bad swimming lessons clearly means he deserves to be stranded with a fucking death sentence. But he does survive getting thrown through a window because no one can harm the agent for harm. That is, unless it involves being drowned in a barrel of toxic waste. Peter Mark Richmond as the Joker. I like it. And what's with the weird poetic justice in nearly all of these death scenes? The bad swimming teacher drowns, the rocker is killed with a guitar, the boxer gets his head knocked off, the cokehead is killed with a piece of mirror, a deleted scene even shows this guy as a high diving champion. 6 out of 10. How dare this movie put thought into its death scenes? Again, guys, deranged killer chasing you.
I was at school and they told me, Rennie, your parents died in a car accident.
Jesus Christ, one tragic backstory at a time, please.
It just seems like everybody I care about, I lose.
Yeah, tell that to the guy who literally just lost his father. Yeah, but whatever, deaths. Time to make out. Cut that shit out! Ooh, they're now in the subway. There's lots of people there. This could be a scene where Jason is just hacking away at people left and right, but nope, he just walks right past them. He takes more anger out on the door than the people in the subway. In fact, he's no more of a dick than you'd usually see at this time of night. And that includes Rennie and Shaun. That's a good way to piss off a Jason, and you're making people late for work. See, even the subway car would rather be watching part 6. Maybe now we can see him fight the Cloverfield parasites. Have you not seen any of these movies? Electricity is what makes him stronger. Oh, are you sure you want to show the city now, or would you rather sleep some more? Too little, too late. You owe me a Diet Coke. Well, now they clarify that Jason taking Manhattan simply means he just kinda stands there and looks around a bit. I think this scene is mainly here so that they can show this clip on talk shows to promote and misrepresent the movie.
Yo, man, it's cool. It's cool, man. It's cool.
Admittedly, it is the best clip of the movie. And if all of these locations and characters look familiar, it's because the opening credit sequence already showed you every single one of the locations they use for the New York scenes. But what it doesn't show you is that the cook in the diner is played by Ken Kersinger, who would later go on to play Jason in Freddy vs. Jason. That's right, we got Jason vs. Jason. And Kane Hodder easily wins. So they couldn't afford Madison Square Garden, but at least they got to film in the location for every Italian post-apocalyptic movie ever. Although I think those movies may be a little more realistic. Cue the city employee.
Can you help us get out of here?
Sure can, but we haven't got a minute to spare.
What do you mean?
Toxic waste, son. The sewer floods out with this stuff every night at midnight.
What? The sewer floods every... What? Why so specific? Whatever. But what he forgot to tell them is that every night at 11:45, slasher movie villains cave your skull in. Everyone knows this. Rennie soon remembers that Jason can be distracted like a cat who will instantly murder you afterwards. Thankfully, around every corner is a hot barrel of toxic waste. But if the sewer floods every night, why the fuck do they need to... Again, whatever. Just throw it in Jason's face. Now I feel sorry for him. He has kind eyes in this movie. So, a pen to the eye didn't hurt him, an axe to the head, multiple bullet wounds, etc. But his real kryptonite is the ooze. Oh yeah, and the flood of toxic waste to wash away the chuds. Ew! They all float down down here, Jason, my boy. Since he's the god of electricity, the sky goes nuts, and originally they wanted Jason to dissolve in the toxic waste, but thought that that might write them into a corner for future installments. So, what did they use as their conclusion? Oh, that makes sense. He's back to being a child now, as if he's the slasher movie version of Joshua Baskin. The hell kind of sense does that make? How does that not write you into a corner? Doesn't matter. Now Rennie and Shaun can finally go see Black and Blue.
I hear there's a statue here that's 22 stories tall.
Everyone you know is dead. And the dog returns after probably hanging out with Muffin from part 2, and someone better get that kid out of the sewer before it floods again. And that's my theory about how Jason Voorhees caused 9/11. Can I have a radio show now? Friday the 13th Part 8 became the last of the Paramount-produced Friday the 13th films before selling the series to New Line Cinema. Aw man, but they finally got pantyhose that fit, at last! Paramount would later have a hand in the 2009 remake. The reason for selling off the series was due largely in part to the film underperforming at the box office. While it had only a $5 million budget and brought in $14 million, it became the second lowest grossing film of the series. The film was released in the summer of 1989, the same summer which meant that Jason had to fight off such hits as Batman, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, Ghostbusters 2, even A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5 brought in a little bit more than Jason Takes Manhattan. Perhaps, I don't know, a movie called Jason Takes Manhattan should have actually delivered on that promise. You'll never catch Home Alone 2 in that kind of lie. Even Rob Hedden, the writer and director, acknowledged that yes, perhaps more of the movie should have been set in New York. Oh, really? You think? If the movie had a small budget and couldn't shoot nearly as much in New York, then fine. But don't advertise for a movie that you can't make. At least Jason Goes to Hell was called Jason Goes to Hell, which does happen, and not Jason Takes Hell. Even Jason X delivered tenfold on its promise that Jason is in space, and Friday the 13th 3D had so much 3D in it that I'm still picking popcorn out of my clothes. But every criticism that I have just said in this two-part review is instantly negated by the fact that Jason is very funny in this movie. We'll be picking up on this series again in October, even though I did accidentally just spoil that Jason does go to hell. Sorry about that.
You don't understand. There is a maniac trying to kill us.
Welcome to New York.
Jason Goes to Hell, the final Friday, starts out with one killing right off the bat. The part where New Line Cinema murdered the Paramount logo. With the previous Friday the 13th film underperforming at the box office, the series was moved from Paramount to New Line Cinema, only without the ability to use the Friday the 13th title. So the movie was titled Jason Goes to Hell, the Final Friday. Spoiler alert! Jason could have found Jesus during his remaining moments. The original film's director, Sean Cunningham, returned as producer, with directing credit going to Adam Marcus, and co-written by Dean Lorey, who would later go on to be a writer and producer on Arrested Development. Despite simply a producer credit, they could still use the tagline, "The creator of the first returns to bring you the last." It wasn't. As you can see by the box cover, which someone rudely drew all over, Jason is now a snake who is trapped in a burning building by a plot summary. I guess that makes just as much sense. The plot has to do with Jason's spirit being transferred from body to body in a quest to be reborn. This edition of a body-switching plotline upset some fans. And if you can't trust the continuity of a series about a woman avenging the death of her son, who turns out to be still alive, only to be killed and replaced by a paramedic, who in turn is replaced by evil Tommy Jarvis, which is quickly forgotten in favor of bringing back zombie Jason, who's then melted by toxic waste and turned into a dead child, then what continuity can you trust? If you want to find out how Jason made his way from New York to Crystal Lake, there is a comic book that connects the two movies. It's one page and it says he walked. Oh no, this lady made a huge mistake. She wants the set of the I Spit on Your Grave remake. That's all the way across the lake. This is actress stunt woman Julie Michaels, clearly put in the movie because Jason really wanted a regular Saturday night thing. I guess it's time for bed. Sure. It was important to take her clothes off. That summons Jason way earlier than expected. Once the nudity happened, Jason thought to himself, well, it's just one person. That's not as fun as a teen sex party, but I guess it'll do. But on the plus side, Jason Voorhees, your Camp Crystal Lake's 1 millionth visitor! Turns out this was an undercover agent who actually was luring the presence of Jason with her nudity. There could have been easier and less dangerous ways to find Jason, but would it have been as hilarious? Good job, assholes. Only took you about 30 fucking years. Excellent. Guess we can wrap all this up and go home. Can't say the title was a lie, I guess. Jason's body is taken to the nearest morgue all the way in Ohio. The twist is that he isn't really dead because look, Kane Hodder is right fucking there. Embarrassment is gonna strike when they realize they accidentally blew up Ken Tramer. If they did this autopsy in Texas, they could have had a fantastic barbecue with the Sawyer family. At the end of the day, though, this Friday the 13th movie is a romance. Actually, that's the sign that it's lunch break. You may be wondering why this is happening. Look, it was either eat the heart or eat one of those McDonald's premium wraps. He made the right call. On the plus side, this is the far superior sequel to The Hidden. He could have just hopped into his own body. He's standing right outside the door. Ooh, did someone bring quarter pounders? Now that I could get behind.
Hey, fuck. How you doing, you fat-ass, maggoty, blown-up fuck?
The Jason I know totally would have let that guy go had he not insulted him. But Jason does not stand for name-calling.
Jason could be getting up and walking around anytime soon.
We really nailed that fucker.
Oh, you thought I was kidding? He was about to walk away until those guys insulted him. And trust me, they're way dead, as we see on the nightly snuff film hour. Hey kids, pull up a chair. It's dead bodies in prime time. There's only one person who can stop Jason, Shaft, or Creighton Duke, played by Stephen Williams.
Jason Voorhees.
Well, that makes me think of a little girl in a pink dress, sticking a hot dog through a donut.
This is the greatest character the series has ever had! Host Robert Campbell is willing to pay Duke's bounty to bring in Jason. They need another dead body to show during sweeps. And like every town, the loss of a serial killer means big business. There's Jason sales, hockey mask burgers, and Jason's sister is one of the waitresses. I'm sure this menu isn't awkward.
I'll take a Voorhees burger and a side of Jason fingers.
This is the greatest restaurant since Waco, Texas's all David Koresh themed restaurant. I'll take the garden salad with the Ranch Davidian dressing. Duke needs her help, and he's totally going about it the right way.
That's my lady you're talking about. Well, now, see, she is only your lady because she ain't had a taste of the Duke yet.
The Duke of Crystal Lake A#1 doesn't have quite the same ring as the Duke of New York, but that would imply that this series spent a lot of time in New York. Diana confides in her son-in-law Stephen, which makes a lot of sense. He's played by John D. LeMay from the Friday the 13th series. Stephen is the top-billed hero of the film, and I like the fact that the geeky guy who would normally be killed in the second reel is given his time to shine. It makes me think that I would survive a slasher film. And since he knows he's gonna survive, it's okay to pick up hitchhikers.
Planning on smoking a little dope, having a little premarital sex, and getting slaughtered?
Oh, does that offend you? Here, have a Voorhees burger. Since at least one of these campers isn't having sex, clearly that means we have another survivor in the film. And by that I mean her flannel. I see no rips or tears. Sure, this plot line is one instance where Jason does have better things to do, but hey, two people fucking. I've heard of period sex, but this is ridiculous! Jason doesn't discriminate. It doesn't matter if you're a young, hot couple or this couple, you're fucking dead. And that lady's pillow head is dead too. Thankfully, the movie never gets too weird. What? Well, it's about time Friday the 13th had its own Nightmare on Elm Street 2. Jason is proving that once you go black, you can go back, but there ain't no way in hell I'm coming back with that stupid mustache. Diana's daughter Jessica is currently estranged from Stephen, and what's this? She's dating snuff film TV host Robert Campbell? Jason is after his own sister because the only way he can be reborn is through his own relatives. That is, if he can get a Brazilian wax first. You can always tell a Jason by their big black giraffe tongue. Stephen's arrived in time, but there's no way they're gonna kill the sister. We just met her. Oh my god, is this what I look like? I'm a fucking monster! Clearly this means that Stephen is the killer. Or he just gets arrested because he's rooting for the wrong sports team. Luckily, while in jail, Truck Turner's equally as cool brother can fill him in on the information for a small price.
Oh, fuck! Oh, jeez!
And that's for Pris and Leon. Now to dive deep into the files of how the fuck does he know this?
The only way to kill Jason Voorhees is to destroy his heart. And there's only one person can do that now that Diana's dead. Her daughter.
Okay, just because you read that on Wikipedia doesn't mean it's true. This seems like an awful lot of trouble just to kill Jason. Why don't you just blow him up again? Only don't eat the heart this time. Anyways, we got a business to run. Leslie Jordan didn't go undercover as a straight man for nothing. Again with the overkill. I don't think Tom and Roseanne are going anywhere near your roles. They're busy in another franchise's fate conclusion. Sure, this is a sweet moment where Stephen is seeing his baby for the first time, but is anyone on the news gonna run a eulogy for George Washington Duke? And now it's off to the Voorhees house. And it's fucking haunted! This place may have housed a serial killer, but they do have a kick-ass collection of Evil Dead memorabilia. Stephen is interrupted by Bill O'Reilly with looks. Turns out he's dating Jessica simply so he can get a story, and I thought I could trust a man who shows fresh corpses on network television.
Well, last night, I stole Diana's body, and I hid it here in the closet. And then I went home and fucked her daughter.
I still like him better than Hannity. Doesn't take long for this to happen, and the best part is, he doesn't have a mustache to shave, and we do find out what happens once Jason leaves his former body host. Ooh, transfer from one body to another and get a free bowl of soup. Steven finds the nearest woman taking a shower. It's sure to lure Jason. It's just a coincidence that it's also Jason's niece. His dying wish was to have his death broadcast on television. Now it's Steven's turn to tell the audience what's up.
It can't be bargained with, it can't be reasoned with, and it absolutely will not stop. Ever. Until you are dead.
And then they kill Jason, and the movie ends.
Fucking psycho, you killed my mother! You think I'd let you near my baby?
Again, I appreciate seeing what would happen if I were the lead. Sure, the cop could let him go, but he talked to Duke, and he's gonna need to break 2 more fingers.
You want me to cuff you? What makes you think you can? I got a gun. Fuck that. I got a gun.
Stop having likable characters, movie. You're a 90s slasher film. All your characters are supposed to be insufferable. Jason beats the creeper by 2 minutes to stampede the police station. Where is our hero? Hell yes, I am badass in this movie. Jason's been waiting to practice this move. He was watching a lot of Three Stooges when he was in the cop's body. Unfortunately, the honeymoon killers won't let them near the baby, probably because it's tomorrow's breakfast special. Although it's about time Jason came by to try out his own burger. And to cure that guy's carpal tunnel. They're preparing another burger called the Southern Fried Beverly Leslie. Just another Saturday at Amberjack Ale House. I'm impressed by some of the action here. They give multiple characters a chance for a badass pose, even if it's short-lived. Damn, and they were gonna use her head as a champagne bottle when Jessica and Steven got remarried. As Steven marvels at how much more stylish this film is than the last entry, Jessica finds her baby at the Voorhees house with Dukamite.
You don't need me for that.
Yes, I do.
That doesn't belong in a Friday the 13th movie. A Carrie White ripoff who hangs Jason with an electrical cord with her mind. Now that belongs in a Friday the 13th film. Duke's obsession makes a lot more sense when you realize that in a previous draft, he vowed to destroy Jason after Jason killed his girlfriend. That adds to the character. Best leave it out. Here's an exclusive clip.
I'm gonna catch that sucker.
I've been waiting years for this. An adult Jason being able to say his first words on camera.
Freeze! Get the hell away from her, Ed!
Huh? I've been waiting decades to hear Jason say, "Freeze, get the hell away from her, Ed." I feel like I should apologize to Michael Myers for his line in Rob Zombie's Halloween 2. Slicing open Jason's neck instantly reveals the Jason infection. If your neck is full of sauerkraut, you may be a Jason.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal.
Okay, now it's getting far-fetched. Oh, and it doesn't need a live body to be reborn.
Duke, that thing's in the basement with Jessica's mother.
Sure. Wait, if Jason's sister's body was there all this time, why didn't he just... whatever, the death scenes are pretty cool. We got a pretty badass design for Jason, might as well have him come back for the remaining minutes of the movie. They spent all their money on the special effects, but none on the fake baby budget. Hurry, you better get that to the American Sniper set as soon as you're finished. Duke, don't fail me now!
Son of a bitch, you remember me?
That line would have been much more meaningful if you kept in his backstory. Don't worry about Duke. He actually faked his death so he could open up links. Are you sure you can't just defeat him with a kick to the balls? I wish you would! As they destroy props left over from the birds, I am disappointed we don't get to see Jason's face this time around. That's a trademark for these movies, and this doesn't count. Not to mention, as the Friday the 13th game has shown us, it could have been a cool design. But whatever, send him to hell or something. I guess Wikipedia was right. Good, now just don't eat the heart this time. And destroy his mask while you're at it. Apparently that can possess people too. Oh sure, start punching the man once he's already defeated. Admittedly, that is what I would do too. Wait, he's going to heaven? He did find Jesus after all! Just kidding. He's getting pulled down to the set of the latest Estes Perkle movie. So, hell exists. I guess we better turn our lives around immediately. And they're off to break the news to Creighton Duke's sister, Foxy Brown. And there were never any other Friday the 13th movies ever again. Holy shit, it's Sharp Hand Joe! Jason Goes to Hell performed about as well as the previous entry. It wasn't a runaway success, but it technically made a profit, bringing in $15 million against a $3 million budget. The ending obviously foreshadows a Freddy vs. Jason film, which did come out 10 years later, but went through such development hell that another Jason movie was made between the two films, Jason X. Why did this movie give me such likable characters, a good style, and over-the-top special effects? I'm supposed to be pissed off that it introduced a body-changing plotline. And if that pisses you off, wait till the next entry, where Jason goes up into outer space! It serves him right for putting the word final in the title. As Friday the 13th, the final chapter taught us, a conclusion is just sequel baiting.
In my professional opinion, this guy's dead in shit.
And now Jason is in outer space? Who does he think he is? A leprechaun? Or a critter? Or Pinhead? Or James Bond? This series has gone way too far. Go back to being a grounded series about a mother avenging the death of her son, who later comes back to kill teenagers all on his own, and then he's killed and is brought back to life after being struck by lightning, and then fights a girl with telekinetic powers, and then boards a ship to New York where he melts back down into being a kid, and then comes back as a body snatcher. The 2001 film Jason X should probably be called, look, we had to do something while Freddy vs. Jason was in development hell. The movie does what every great ongoing series does, which is change its setting to outer space. Well, almost every great ongoing series. Where was the space, God's Not Dead 3? It was a natural progression of events. Here's a scene from the 1980 Friday the 13th.
Did you know that a young boy drowned the year before those two others were killed? The counselors weren't paying any attention. They were making love while that young boy drowned.
And here's a scene from Jason X. What a difference 2 decades makes. There's really no explanation as to how Jason is still here, given the ending of Jason Goes to Hell, but when Freddy vs. Jason did come out, it did tie up that loose end a bit. The film was directed by Jim Isaac, who did special effects work on Return of the Jedi, Gremlins, and Look Who's Talking 2. Its space setting caused many to immediately scoff at the film's existence, which led to bad reviews from critics and fans alike, but its tongue-in-cheek humor and memorable death scenes paved the way for the movie to at least achieve cult film status. It's also the swan song for Kane Hodder's run as Jason Voorhees. As a cinema snob, though, if I didn't want slasher films in my national parks, then I definitely don't want them in outer space breathing the same air as Stanley Kubrick's 2001 A Space Odyssey. Unless this film can truly surprise a cynical bastard such as myself. I've already watched Jason Goes to Hell. All of this is apparently going on inside of Jason's head? Why does his brain consist of a Nine Inch Nails music video? And who knew there were tiny men living inside of Jason? The body snatcher worm is one thing, but think about these unpaid employees. Jason is being held at the Crystal Lake Research Facility? What the fuck? Let's base Area 51 in Haddonfield while we're at it. Jason has been held here so long he's growing some prison hair. Too bad his mask is covering his prison beard. Speaking of, it's nice they gave him a fresh new mask. The previous one was getting a little ratty. His shifty eyes make me think that Jason is not one to be trusted. So, how about instead of insulting his looks, you just blow him up again? Only don't eat the heart this time. Dr. Wimmer has other plans, though.
What are you doing here?
I'm taking the specimen.
Holy shit, it's David Lynch! Jason is to be transferred, most likely to the Camp Arawak research facility. Lexadoig's Rowan wants him destroyed, while Wimmer wants testing done to find out just how he's regenerating. Fair point. Let's see how that goes. That death was totally Cronin Hitchcockian. Serves you right for keeping his machete in the research facility with him. No, don't put him in there. That's where we keep our processed meats. He's gonna spoil. Don't worry about this wound. A few 100 years frozen in place ought to heal that nicely. And then Jason became Captain America. He doesn't really save the world. He mostly just kills fornicating teenagers. It's 400 plus years in the future. Earth has been abandoned, except for student research expeditions. I'm not making any of this up. And apparently this research facility was so little known that no one ever stumbled upon it until centuries later, after the Earth was completely abandoned. Should have put him in the Springwood Research Facility.
Anyone thinking what I'm thinking?
Ooh, free Tyson chicken nuggets! Hell yes! Oh, we're not a chicken nugget. Leave her here, folks. We've already got one actress from Andromeda. We don't need two. Although this is a much better Andromeda cast film. Only the brightest students get to go on these field trips. Idiot! Their ship is being piloted by Captain Ridley Scott movie as they're headed back to Earth 2, original name. Here, give the body to Commander Todd Farmer. He wrote the script, he'll know what to do with it. These crew members seem like they should be around students as much as baby Huey.
We found 2 bodies in deep cryostasis. The KM unit thinks we can resuscitate the female.
Female? She's cute. Yeah. And single.
Don't molest the frozen women. I guess this is all part of their class. Stupid Shenanigans 101.
Oh, shit. Forgot my arm.
Yeah, here you go, dumbass. Hi, hand.
How much longer do I have to wait until Jason comes back to life so he can kill that guy? Why start questioning things now? We've got fucking to get to.
Smart and sexy.
Right time, right place. You can't tell me any different. Nothing like a rotting corpse that smells like 400-year-old blue cheese to really set the mood. The bodies are being put back together by microscopic ants. Go back to the realistic entries, like the girl with telekinetic powers hanging Jason with an electrical cord. Rowan is being told the unfortunate news that the year is now 2455. Ugh, the 50s. But the body of Jason may be a bit of a gold mine.
A box of DVDs is not a gold mine. I told you, I can't move them.
Just look at the file.
Oh yeah, tell that to my rare coffin DVD set of Dark Shadows. I guess the opening scene was taking place in 2000, even though the Friday the 13th timeline is so stretched out, it would be the 25th century by this point. Professor Voice of Link wants to sell Jason to the highest bidder. Move over, Nika Toys. Icicle Jason is way better. Someone's gonna have to twist his nipples over a good deal.
Harder.
You want it a little harder?
Yeah.
Yeah, how's that?
Oh,
Yeah?
God. Yeah, that's it.
That's it right there?
Oh,
Yeah, Daddy likes it hard.
I don't like future sex. It makes my nipples hurt, but at least they're not falling off.
Oh.
Just like an ex machina. Ew, boring vanilla sex. Where's the nipple clamps and the falling off body parts? Speaking of sexy, I'm sure there's a more convenient way to take off a hockey mask. It was then they realized the bread pudding was way too moldy to eat. We've known all along that Jason has a sex sense that is so strong that teens fucking awakens him from a 400-year sleep.
Daddy's got a boner.
Let me guess, another lame machete kill?
I was chosen today!
I guess every facility on Earth or in space has a spare machete or machete-like substitute. Now for some backstory on Jason, as if you need to tell me that.
We tried everything. Electrocution, gas, firing squad. We even hung him once. Nothing worked.
Again, blow him up and don't eat the heart! Good God, more flirting? Even the crew on board the Emmanuel space vessel would tell you to tone down the fucking. Ooh, an android. I hope I get to be one of these on Andromeda.
Attention, space students. We got a Jason on board. Stop with the fucking unless you want to be killed. He hates fucking.
That guy wanted to be killed. The sex was that good. I'm not surprised that it turns out Friday the 13th was in the same universe as Bruno Mattei's Terminator 2. I'm just surprised it took them this long to acknowledge it. Yes, they're practicing inside of a video game, but if this were supposed to be real, would it surprise you in this film? Jason finally gets the chance to say, "You and your friends are dead, game over," and he didn't take it. Disappointed. They're gonna wish they didn't play this with the Rumble Pack. Where's your micro ants now, arm guy?
Emergency! We need someone else to finish the script. The writer's been killed.
I'm glad this happened, men. I've been waiting years to say the phrase, "Look alive, people!" Meanwhile, Danny McBride is patiently awaiting his role in Alien Covenant. Joke's on him, this movie's better. Good one, assholes. You put 1,000 bullets in Jason, and it did nothing but kill all the weed. How else are we supposed to watch Jason X? This crew of soldiers has everyone. Creighton Duke X, Starbuck X, Michelle Rodriguez X. That guy X. Why am I even bothering to give these people fake names? He's screwed.
He's screwed.
Fuck you! For the last time, I'm not Tony Todd. I was in 300. Get back to hunting Jason. Maybe next time they'll think twice about taking field trips to abandoned planets. This is actually unrelated. She made the mistake of trying to shave while tripping over a spare machete. Make this son of a bitch pay. I bet that worked. Oh no, that didn't work. Annie turned him into Rhodes from Day of the Dead. At least the ship now has an excellent haunted house ride. Again, I've seen how clumsy these people can be. That could have been an accident. Get your ass back in here, David Crosby. We need a good smoke now more than ever. The ship is approaching Solaris, which is either their destination point or they're just crashing into a Tarkovsky movie. The effects are slightly confusing. Is this a city they're crashing into or a space station? I'm sticking with a giant laserdisc player that's equipped with Russian sci-fi films. I'm sure it'll be fine. The Atop the Fourth Wall movie is epic! And while it is in space, we still get some series trademarks. In space, nothing will stop Jason from the window jump scare. This is a movie made up of people who think Jason can be bargained with, can be reasoned with, and can feel pain.
Guys! It's okay, he just wanted his machete back!
Thanks, Professor, for leaving us with a trailer line. They're all dressed up with no runway around for light years. I'm losing faith in the 25th century education system.
KM and I will go to the supply hold. Meet you at the shuttle bay.
See you there. What's a bike?
But you people know what DVDs are? Get back to the death scenes. Sure. Oh no, when the lights flash like this, it means we're on a cheap TV show set.
Jesus, that's twisted.
And the catering sucks! Thank God, Brodsky's still alive and still badass. This whole future is weird.
You're lucky you weren't alive during the Microsoft conflict. Hell, we were beating each other with our own severed limbs.
Oh, come on, Windows Vista wasn't that bad. I think the weed is kicking in with this guy.
Whoa!
Oh, shit, I got company here, people!
Nice reaction. The movie is now reacting to its death scenes the way my smartass reacts to them. It's okay, folks. I'm sure in the future we can blast away from a ship without unhooking first. Still better than Enterprise. I feel like I should be catching this movie at 2 a.m. on a weekend after Mutant X.
Oh, wow. Cam!
Relax, folks. My erection is still very much alive. Remember the powerful Mrs. Voorhees monologue about losing her son and her mind? Suck on that! Android versus Zombie Jason, bitch! Too bad you didn't try this out when you were attempting every death penalty method. Great. Now just don't eat his heart. Wait a minute. The microscopic ants. I always forget about the microscopic ants. I'm beginning to think this movie isn't taking itself very seriously. Not sure what's going on in the plot, but I know it has to involve the phrase, "Damn it, we need more time!" Ladies and gentlemen, we have a poster. Way to make Steel look like a bitch! This is Uber Jason. He's like regular Jason, but stronger and more metallic, plus he'll drive you to your destination point at a really low cost. I suppose someone needs to sacrifice themselves so that Jason can be mildly inconvenienced. Perhaps you shouldn't have made the ship's walls out of tinfoil.
Don't let go! Grab her head! Reach out!
Reach for it!
Come on!
I can't! Jump!
Jump, damn it, jump! Come on!
Oh, the scene doesn't get that cheesy.
Oh, this sucks on so many levels!
It's the line that dared all of the negative reviews to use that quote, and they all took the bait. Uber Jason is in the ship, but never shows up at the right destination point. Now to hook up Miranda from Sex and the City's head to a machine, fix the ship, and cause a diversion to Jason. fuck? They put him in the set from The Burning! The scenery, the music, Jason is back in the virtual 80s. That is so 21st century. Sure, I could be watching the original Friday the 13th movie right now, but does that film have micro ants? I don't think so, nor does it have this.
Hey, you want a beer?
Or do you want to smoke some pot?
Or we can have premarital sex.
I think this is a comedy. See, if only they were holograms in the other movie, they wouldn't have had to chop down this similar scene from part 7. Enough reminiscing, Spacin has to keep on not dying.
You've gotta be kidding me. Brodsky.
I must say, I prefer Space Jason over Space Leia. Makes more sense to me. Both of them are headed down to Earth 2, where Brodsky badasses himself to death along with Jason. It's possible Uber Jason burned up on entry, but another Uber serial killer will be on his way shortly, after he's done dropping off someone else on another planet. With Jason now on a completely different planet, think of all the possibilities. He has a whole new Crystal Lake to terrorize. This sets up so much more story. There's endless places to take the series now. Nothing comes of it! The next film was Freddy vs. Jason, and then a remake happened! Although there were comic book continuations of the Uber Jason incarnation, and Todd Farmer did lay out his sequel plans had the movie become a hit, the film went through release date hell. Just look at the poster. This Halloween, meet the perfect 10 in terror. The movie came out in the US in April, and that was nearly a year after it had already been released in Germany. Not during Halloween. The film barely broke even at the box office, but Todd Farmer later went on to pen the slasher remake My Bloody Valentine 3D, plus the modern cult classic Drive Angry 3D. I'm not looking forward to visiting the next 2 entries in the series. You could say that it's because there's nowhere else you can go once you've gone into outer space, but really, it's because of the lack of ants.
It's gonna take more than a poke in the ribs to put down this old dog. Yeah, that ought to do it.
It's been years in the making, but the crossover event of the century is finally here. What? No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the Freddy poster versus the Jason shirt. One keeps you warm, while the other looks fantastic on the wall. Each stands a chance at victory, especially after 10 Friday the 13th films and 7 A Nightmare on Elm Street movies. Wait, is that why I watched all those Elm Street films a couple months ago? I thought I was stuck in a time loop. Freddy vs. Jason is a movie that had been in development hell since 1987, when Paramount and New Line Cinema couldn't agree on a story, and even when New Line got the rights to both Freddy and Jason, the movie still stayed in development for so long that despite the ending of Jason Goes to Hell setting up for Freddy vs. Jason, technology was created to send Jason into space. That's how long it took for this movie to get off the ground. We all now live on Earth 2. Although that basically makes Freddy vs. Jason take place between the events of Jason Goes to Hell and Jason X, so because of that, we know he won't die at the end of this, since he's already alive at the beginning of Jason X. But in 2003, Freddy vs. Jason was finally unleashed upon the world. Dozens of spec scripts were written for this film over the course of 30 years, and this was one of them. Let's take a look at the trailer that got people pumped.
Freddy vs. Jason.
Place your bets.
I bet $100 that line isn't in the movie. The movie didn't come without controversy as director Ronnie Yu of Bride of Chucky decided to replace Jason actor Kane Hodder with Ken Kersinger, so it's less Freddy vs. Jason and more Freddy vs. the chef from Jason Takes Manhattan. Even though other actors had played Jason in the past, Kane Hodder had played him in the previous 4 films, becoming so synonymous with the character that his name would appear in those movies' opening credits. The reason for the recasting? Director Ronnie Yu wanted someone taller, making everyone else want a different director. But Freddy and Jason isn't the only meshing in this film. Say goodbye to those themes. You won't hear them again. 30 seconds into the movie and already the demonic toys lose. In the earlier Freddy movies, it always addressed Freddy as a child murderer, but really only hinting at whether or not he was a child molester. In this film, though? Oh no, he did that shit. Plus, he's a filthy smoker! In this flashback of Freddy getting killed, I don't see John Saxon anywhere in this group. Justice for Saxon! And I already know who Freddy is.
But after they killed me, I became something much worse.
And with expensive contact lenses. Hell, why explain the previous films when we can just show them?
And that's when the fun really began.
Too scared to show what you did to Grady, huh, asshole? And here's clips from some of the other Friday the 13ths. The gist here is that Freddy, while in hell, is frustrated because the people of Springwood have forgotten about him, which is a serious problem. How in the hell do you forget someone who killed so many kids that at one point it rendered the town completely childless and caused Roseanne to go insane? So he meets up with Jason, who is also in hell due to his porn habit, and he brings Jason back to Earth to put fear into the Springwood kids again and to stop nudity from happening. Plus, the movie introduces us to Jacket Jason. That's where somewhere between Jason Goes to Hell and this film, Jason spotted a jacket on the ground and thought to himself, guess it is a little chilly. Jacket Jason can be frustrating to Jason fans since it took over so many toy and shirt designs that it made it look like you were specifically either a fan of this movie or the Friday remake. No, I want my Brooker shirt, damn it! Oh right, he's still in hell.
Not meeting a boy at the lake.
I deserve to be punished.
We all deserve to be punished.
Jason.
And hell has some shitty special effects. Freddy must be a huge fan of Friday 2, since he communicates with Jason through his mom, who is most certainly not Betsy Palmer in this. That's really all the setup you need. Freddy and Jason fight over their taste in heavy metal. So Freddy has the power to send Jason back up to Earth to kill partying teens. That's new.
Marry, fuck, or kill. Your choices are the Three Stooges. Go.
Stupid girl slumber parties always talking about the Three Stooges. Some costume party. I see a PJ Souls from Carrie, a Brittany Murphy, and a Kelly Rowland. Oh wait, that is Kelly Rowland. Here come the douchebags.
Oh, Trey, you answered my prayers. Thank you.
Whoa, babe. Tell you about kissing me after you smoked, huh?
You taste like a child murderer. Lori is upset because she misses her old flame Will. But there's plenty of Prince Charmings here.
Hey, Lori. I like the flow of your place. Got good feng shui.
I'll have you know that Feng Shui was my favorite Peter Sellers character. This party needs a killer.
I don't know, but he has a cute ass.
Babe, you make me ask you twice, okay?
Yeah, the only way this character is gonna survive is if Eli Roth is directing it. Lori has even more WBCW drama.
You know what? You don't like anybody. I mean, Laura, you've barely gone out
Since what? Since my mom died?
Now she has to live with her Uncle Cognac. No worse than the creeps in this house.
Babe, you know I don't like to be touched after, okay?
Your back door was open.
Freddy and Jason aren't the main threats of this film. The tag team of Rapey McGee and Strangly McHooker fetish are. And let's not forget about the real deathbed. And no one was date raped in Springwood ever again. Look guys, I was in Scary Movie. I know a silly crime when I see one. Even more new rules keep getting added to this lore. New rule, just close your eyes and say Freddy's name. You'll fall right asleep. What the fuck is the little girl doing here? Shouldn't she be playing in front of an abandoned house? Well, I'm not gonna play hide and seek if you're gonna cheat. Oh, and the Elm Street house has a cemetery in front of it now. Wrong horror movie! Shit, maybe the trick does work. All I did was close my eyes and make a joke about the dead girls, and then they appeared. Let me try it myself. Freddy. Stupid jump scare generator! What the hell is Elijah Nowood still doing here?
Jesus.
Haha, sweet dreams. Now fuck a goat! The only reason this movie was made was to maintain the evil entity of Freddy in order to keep it from haunting Heather Langenkamp again. And to kill this kid's dad. Fuck that dude. His dad's head also doubled as a bucket of paint. Meanwhile, at the insane asylum, all those Uva Ball Rampage films put Brendan Fletcher right in the loony bin. Oh, and Jason Ritter plays Laurie's love interest, Will. Something's not right here.
You're the one that told the cops that Laurie's dad killed his wife. Yeah, right, and now it looks like someone else got killed in the same house. You think that's a coincidence? 2 murders in one house?
Someone hasn't seen an Amityville movie. Or an Elm Street movie. I guess they could play some games, but fuck it, escaping is a better idea, especially before this happens. I guess this isn't the only guy who likes to drug people's juice. This has the whole school on edge.
Shit! This is bullshit! The police are blaming everything on Blake like it's some kind of Columbine thing or something. They're saying he went crazy.
Crushed by mattress, just like Columbine. I know who the real villain is. Linderman.
Well, I heard what happened, and I just want to express how, or to tell you how sorry I was.
Thank you. That's sweet.
Right. You know, actually, if you need any...
Freddy versus Jason versus Nice Guy. The hell kind of school is this?
You're singing like this song like...
1, 2, Freddy's coming for you.
Can we get Rampage Guy out of here? Maybe Kelly Rowland was right to bring up Columbine. Oh, and I think this episode could also count as an Ant-Man and the Wasp tie-in. How is this school so easy for escaped mental patients to walk into? This is what happens when your teacher is Robert Shea. He's gonna stock your school with Freddy vs. Jason actors. And hilarious old man jokes.
Got your nose!
Ooh, I haven't been this impressed since his amazing pulling off the finger trick. And shouldn't that have pulled their nose off in the real world? They're openly hiding in the one place no one in the school ever goes, the library. Or maybe security does show up and makes them randomly switch locations. We had to move the conversation to the van because, Great, you invite any actor from an Uwe Ball film, and suddenly the location again switches to the House of the Dead. I'm doing a lot of summoning in this review. Mentioning Eli Roth earlier summoned Chris Marquette. He played Eli Roth in The Girl Next Door. Yeah, drink my piss, Linderman.
You know what, Kia? I used to think you hated me because you thought I wasn't good enough for Lori. But that's not it. See, you tear me down to make yourself feel better.
No, she hates you for Race to Witch Mountain. She's okay with fanboys. Stupid Linderman trying to out-creepy a child murderer. young Clay Walsh is obsessed. Why, I'm just drunk enough to follow the severed head of my boyfriend into this boiler room silo. Apparently, killing Rapey McGee didn't keep the town safe. I didn't count on the fact that this entire town is made up of offspring from my spit on your grave. I'm on Team Jason now. He stopped a rapist.
She's mine! Mine!
And that's how the fight gets started. A dick measuring contest. If the dicks were body counts.
And you weren't involved.
Jason's dick is getting way bigger. You've all been drinking non-alcoholic beer this whole time. This party had to liven up with a fiery serial killer.
Who cares about some fucking dream guy, okay? Psycho on the hockey mask was real.
Dude, that goalie was pissed about something.
Thanks, Freddy versus Jason Mewes. No wonder they forgot Freddy. They keep getting distracted by drama.
The reason I was sent to Weston is because I saw your dad kill your mom. I saw him kill her.
I realize that both Jason Ritter and Chris Marquette are both from Joan of Arcadia, but what's with all the drama in this? And I fucking knew all Uva Ball actors were related. Brendan Fletcher's brother in this is played by Zach Ward of Postal. Ooh, different lens. Must be a dream. More like Friday the 13th reasons why.
Oh, that's right! Everyone forgot! That's why they weren't afraid anymore! That's why I needed Jason to kill for me to get them to remember!
Oh, who could forget a name like Scut Farkas? Freddy should honestly know better. He knows what fire can do to a person.
Pass on a little message for me, will ya?
You misspelled Freddy's coming. Officer Lachlan Monroe doesn't know who Freddy is simply because he's not from Springwood. Makes sense. No one outside of Cook County knows who Gacy is. Oh, and Springwood is now Wayward Pines. Why don't you go hang out with the kids? They need to be told who Jason is because they're not from Crystal Lake.
Now, this Jason Voorhees supposedly drowned at Camp Crystal Lake back in 1957 when he was 11 years old. Now, the counselors weren't watching him.
No. You're supposed to start out with the 1979 film Friday the 13th, The Orphan. Everyone knows this. These kids either know too little or too much.
I mean, what if Freddy brought Jason back? Because he was too weak to go after us on his own, so he used Jason.
I'd say you're friends with a screenwriter. And quit saying his name and falling asleep.
Your eyes say no, but my mouth says yes.
That's the town's motto. Sure, I could be watching Freddy and Jason fight, but this plot about a drug called Hypnosil that stops dreams, that's what I'm here for. Richard Kimball's wife was killed over this drug. Hey, the hospital was easy to break out of, and goddammit, it's easy to break into as well.
These are the ones who wouldn't stop dreaming. They're in a coma. It says they were given too much Hypnosil.
This movie is nothing but anti-dream-stopping drug propaganda. Is there a drug for stupid?
What the fuck?
Fuck off, 2003! Ugh, 2003 isn't gonna fuck off, is it? That looked real. Officer Lachlan Monroe may be dead, but on the plus side, Mark Paul Gosselaar now has straight A's. Bars on the windows aren't going to stop this Jason from the trademark throwing someone through glass. Freddy attempts to kill Jason in his dreams. Bullets and explosions don't stop Jason, but tranquilizers? Oh, works like a charm. Does Jason dream about unlucky sheep? Nope, just a boiler room. Shocking. 65 minutes in, and we finally see them fight. Someone needs to place them both under arrest and put them in prison. Careful, this scene's getting silly.
If I want to play Jason pinball, I'll go hang out at the bowling alley, thank you very much. Why stop making up shit now? Let's make adult Jason afraid of water.
So you are afraid of something after all, huh?
Yeah, he's really terrified of water. Yep, look at him. Terrified. Oh, right, the teenagers.
Why go all the way to Crystal Lake?
Best case scenario, Jason wins. He'll already be home, back where he belongs.
Yeah, where he can kill the people of Crystal Lake. Fuck those people. Freddy must have used toxic waste from the New York sewers to turn Jason back into a child. And that's what finally stops him. A migraine. This movie is way more loose with the lore than I ever anticipated.
Aren't you gonna help the kid?
Can't you see I'm busy here?
All that fucking and no one even noticed that Angela was a boy? Sorry folks, naming your character Lori isn't gonna summon Michael Myers to help you. Just more Freddy and Jason. Unfortunately, they need Jason alive so that he can kill Freddy, which means mouth to mouth. I told you, if you get Jason laid, it will solve all your problems. Where's the cum shot? I said cum shot, not trailer shot. Oh, and Freddy is the one who killed Lori's mom. I know a revelation like that puts me in the mood.
I should warn you, princess. The first time tends to get a little messy.
He's talking about fucking. But fuck you, bitch, you're out of the dream world now. Shit, and you also brought Rock Lore, the god of metal, out of the dream. That was nice of him to save Freddy from that fire. Wouldn't want him to get more burned. But oh no, Linderman's hurt. Not Linderman. On the plus side, before he died, he got to sneak into George Lucas's house to see episode 1. Being a killer is one thing, but Freddy is just rude.
How sweet. Dark meat.
Whew, that joke's not gonna go over well on Twitter.
Tell me something. What kind of faggot runs around in a Christmas sweater?
And neither's that. Now Twitter has no one to root for in this film. Best killer off. Oh no, Jason caused her to lose her breath. This scene would be really lame if it weren't taking place at Action Point. With their own stupidity, if they were just flying solo in this movie, I still think they'd manage to find a way to kill themselves. Just make up a reason to kill Freddy. It worked in the other movies. And as far as Jason goes, if you really wanted to possess him, you should have just eaten his heart. Although Freddy does use his glove a lot more in this one, so that's nice. Another positive, with the strict MPAA rules in the late 80s, it's probably best this wasn't made in 1987, because stuff like this would have been toned way the fuck down. Will we find out who the true winner is? Or will they stop fighting because they realize their mom's name is Batman v Superman reference?
Welcome to my world, bitch!
I guess Monica Keena wins. And bitch is Freddy's line. Oh, so I guess Jason wins. Just pick a goddamn winner. Is it really that hard? Apparently it is hard. And why do I suddenly feel like moshing? While it feels like this probably wasn't the best Freddy vs. Jason script to come along in 30 years, the movie is almost bittersweet in that it's not only the final film in the original continuity of both franchises, before they were both later rebooted, but it was also Robert Englund's final appearance as Freddy Krueger. The movie is also one of the only films in the franchises to have a big budget, which paid off as it became the highest grossing movie of the Friday the 13th series and the second highest of the Elm Street series. Though even with the big budget, this will always look a lot better than this. And this was 16 years earlier. But hey, if you just want to see Freddy and Jason fight, well, it's here. But I'll stick with Bergman versus Woody, thank you very much. The real question is, which set of reviews is better? There's the Elm Street reviews. Nothing good comes from a room with chains hanging in it. The safety word is bitch! And the Friday the 13th reviews. Jail. Well, that settles it. The Friday the 13th reviews wins. See? It's not that hard to pick a fucking winner.
We gotta go! Now! Come on! Let me handle this, bitch.
Well, thanks to the last couple of Friday the 13ths taking place during our theme months, thanks a lot, Musical March in September and Christmas. It took us long enough, but we can finally spotlight the 2009 remake of Friday the 13th. Since, best to my knowledge, there is not a Friday the 13th that takes place on World Sleep Day. 2009's Friday the 13th was the long-awaited collaboration of Paramount, which released parts 1 through 8, and New Line Cinema, which released 9 through Freddy vs. Jason. It was a deal that was struck when New Line wanted Platinum Dunes to regenerate the Friday the 13th franchise the same way they did with the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and the Amityville Horror. Paramount handled international distribution and gave permission to use the Friday the 13th title, while New Line Cinema had US distribution rights. That's pretty complicated when all I want to see is Jason Voorhees kill some campers, which at the end of the day is certainly what we got in this film. But it's a remake, so it's only kinda sort of a remake in a way. The director was Marcus Nispel, also of the Chainsaw Massacre remake, and writing credits went to Damian Shannon and Mark Swift of Freddy vs. Jason. The movie has remake elements where it redoes the origin in the opening and has part 2 vibes with Sackhead Jason, but a good chunk of it could have been a story that could have fit in somewhere in the already existing timeline, making it almost feel like a sidequel, given that it doesn't take place on Earth 2. And since it's Jacket Jason, it's probably set somewhere right before or after Freddy vs. Jason. But what really set people's angry remake boners afoot was that the producer of the film was none other than Andrew Form, producer of Kissing a Fool. Keep your Frenzuary out of my Friday the 13th. Our entire retrospective of the Friday the 13th saga has all led to this, so let's find out whether or not it was worth it. It wasn't. The New Line opening says that this might take place in outer space, while the Paramount logo says the second half could be in New York, and the Platinum Dunes logo says we're only gonna make one of these and do nothing with the series after. All of them say this is shot in Virtual Boy Vision. I see in 1980 someone is getting chased by the credits of actors from the WB. It's hard for me to be scared when the name Van Winkle pops up on screen. We're summing up the first movie here, but when it says based on characters created by Victor Miller, the lack of a credit for Ron Kurz tells me we won't be getting an appearance from J.J. Grossout Gombrowski. In case you missed the first Friday the 13th, Pamela Voorhees was totally a shoo-in for Rhea Perlman, and Alice often dressed like she was gonna pose half-naked over a motorcycle. And with Mrs. Voorhees' death, the biggest tragedy came when young Jason witnessed this and caught a horrible case of pneumonia. In present day, though, this could be today, or at this point in the series, it could also be the year 3286. Where's our campers?
I am more afraid to be eaten alive by mosquitoes.
Ooh, hey, you wanna slap that ass one more time for Daddy?
Great, leftover campers from a 70s Sasquatch porno. Remember the fun-loving characters in the other movies? Like the Teddys, the Jimbos, the Tommies, the Shelleys? Who needs that when we can have arguing with the love child of Seth Rogen and Steve from Sex and the City? This maybe should be a period piece, since one of them is Ginsburg from Mad Men. And don't worry if you weren't paying attention in the opening, it explains it all again.
Some woman, she went fucking nuts, killed all these counselors, blamed them for her son's drowning. He was...
Yes, thank you. I've seen To All a Good Night. Remember when Paul explained Jason in part 2? That needed way more crystal jokes.
Do you know how many lakes are probably called Crystal Lake? It's Crystal Geyser, Crystal Water. Go to a supermarket.
Your one chance to make a Crystal Pepsi reference, and you failed. And I say this while holding a Crystal Pepsi and sitting mere miles from a Crystal Lake, Illinois. I am Friday the 13th-ing way better than this film. I'm also doing dialogue way better, too.
I don't eat fish.
It's not what you told me.
Vagina. Do I go with these two who want to have sex, or do I stay with these two who want to have sex? At the least, get rid of that third wheel so we can add the classic Friday the 13th theme. Yes, that Friday the 13th theme by Night Ranger. He's only listening to that because he forgot to bring Darkest Side of the Night by Metropolis. Oh wow, a shitload of weed. In this universe, that's like falling into a pool of naked women.
What the fuck? What is this? No! 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 No!
Not that it matters. You're dead either way. Jason needs that weed to deal with the stress of frolicking teens stealing his weed and breaking into his cabins. This reminds me of the time Jason shot the TV when USA kept rerunning Savage Weekend instead of any of his movies. Whoa, this was Jason's room? Thanks for reminding me. I thought we were in Madman Mars's house. Oh wait, this is definitely Jason's place. I know because of this shrine to the floating head section of the Friday the 13th NES game. Wow, we're really spending a lot of time with these characters. I bet this is who our leads are gonna be. Must be a short film. Oh, never mind, the movie is still going. Props for 6 weeks later. If this were a 2020 movie, it'd say 6 weeks earlier. Okay, maybe we'll get some better characters for the rest of the movie.
Oh my god, babies have more space in the uterus.
Nope! Essentially, they're the same people we were stuck with in the opening scene. But here we meet Clay, who is searching for his sister because his plot is sort of a remake of Rob's sister avenging plot from the final chapter. But wait, oh no, in a movie of assholes, our lead is Dean! Ugh, wake me when Jess takes over. I joke, but he's the only one in the movie who isn't a dick.
Are you gonna buy something? I mean, you've been up here for quite a while yapping, so... It's not me, this guy's being a dick.
Yeah, it's me, obviously.
Clay is hands down the only likable character in this film, so I won't give him any more shit for playing Dean. I will also not make jokes about this other Dean either, mainly because I didn't watch Supernatural. All he's doing is looking for his sister, but the cops nearly run him out of town as if they think this is a CW version of First Blood. Can we stay with Clay here instead of the frat jackasses?
I'm trying to start a label.
Oh, yeah? Like what kind? Like rap?
Why you gotta go racial? Look, don't put me in a box, all right?
It's rap, isn't it?
So, what kind of music?
Rap.
Thank Thanks, soundtrack. Now I know what rap is. Can you drown out the rest of the dialogue?
That is a fierce pussy.
It's actually Bobcat. It's my dad's first kill.
This movie goes with the uninformed theory that if it's a slasher movie, you're gonna want to see all of the characters die, so best make them all assholes. Yeah, we still gotta be stuck with them in a damn cabin, jerk off. That's why not every character from the original series was Melissa from the New Blood. Anyway, remake Ethel from Part 5 has some good news.
Jane missing. She's dead. People go missing around here. They're gone for good.
Then maybe you should move. That's weird. These don't seem like the type of young people to play drinking games. Why would it not surprise me if the name of their fraternity is Pi Kappa Roofie?
You know what? It's getting, no, that's okay.
I yearn for the good, wholesome shenanigans of the fart competition from King Frat. Oh, and this is Trent, and this is Nolan. Because of course, this is Trent, and this is Nolan. I recently saw him in Fantasy Island. I'm surprised his fantasy wasn't to change that hairstyle. Clay is busy, though, meeting another local rapper, Lil Kevin from It's Always Sunny.
Fucking lucky there, Stretch. Came about that close to hitting the start button on the whoop-ass machine, boy.
He's dropping beats like he's pounding a sleeping bag against a tree. He's no better off at the frat cabin, where they're shooting the world's most obnoxious found footage movie.
You can't stay here. No offense. I don't know you.
No, you don't know me.
That's so funny. I just said that. Like 2 seconds ago that I don't know you.
I don't know how to explain it, but this guy is why I hated every late 90s, early 2000s boy band. Meanwhile, Lil Kevin has no idea that his barn was so close to the town that dreaded sundown. I see we're still in the section of the movie that's a remake of Part 2. Let's get Part 3 and beyond in here. Remember when Shelley used a hockey mask that was later stolen by Jason, who continued to wear it to honor the memory of the world's greatest prankster? Here, he just finds one on the ground. Way to undermine the importance of Shelley to the series. However, this is the moment when Derek Mears truly became Derek fucking Mears. Sure, we could be spending time with naked skiing.
Oh, you like that? You like the balls in your hand, huh?
Which one? Is that the one?
They feel good, don't they?
But why do that when Trent is a walking, talking dick? I got a better idea. Throw a ping pong ball down my throat so I can choke to death. That's better than spending time with these assholes. Ow! Or shoot an arrow through my head. I'm not picky. Anyone else want to duck out early? What are you doing, Nolan? And then her brother was raised as a girl by their crazy aunt. I'm sure that MP Crystal Lake can help. She's the best military cop in the woods. And while they're getting help, I'm gonna use this commercial break to wash the stench of Trent's Axe body spray from my eyes.
And now it's time for Lloyd's Out of Context 911 Lone Star Clip of the Week. And this has been Lloyd's Out of Context 911 Lone Star Clip of the Week. Why did it have to be snakes?
As we continue on with lifestyles of the poor and machete wielding, this looks like it could be perfect for an opening credits sequence to the Platinum Dunes Elm Street movie. But best get out of here before the landlord shows up. He's caught a shitload of potatoes for dinner. That's not a potato. Well, there's something I never thought I'd see in a Friday the 13th movie. Jason turning on the power. Guys, why are you running? Just slow down. Are you really in that big of a rush to save Trent? Oh, and Clay's sister is still alive because, Jason needed a friend, I guess. Or maybe he's just a huge Haley from the OC fan. With these underground tunnels, I had a feeling Jason was one of the mutants from The Hills Have Eyes. We've gone from First Blood right into Last Blood territory. This is one Jason who hates when people pick locks. He keeps her alive, though, because, so as our heroes are escaping, Jason is not far behind. And his sexy dancing sense is tingling. Drink up, it's the only way to tolerate Trent.
Let's just all be one big happy cliche.
Dude, what the fuck? Please, try not to burn down my house.
Burn down his house. Oh no, a broken chair. Stop giving this guy a reason to be a dick.
You won't be disappointed. They don't call me the Wood Wizard because I masturbate a lot.
I bet that's exactly why they call you the Wood Wizard. Oh hey, there's booze in the shed. That's weird. There's so not booze anywhere else. I'm just as shocked about that as I am this bong. I've referenced so many characters by name from the other movies, which are over 30 years old. I could not tell you the name of this dude, and I'm currently watching the movie. But Clay, though, I know his name, and yes, I do know Trent's name, but that's only because he's a fucking Trent. Now let's go back to another person whose name I don't know. Oh no, the guy from the Elm Street remake. With all of them being locked inside the cabin, I'm sure Trent won't be a frat boy version of Harry Cooper from Night of the Living Dead, but one of you should definitely go outside. Likeable or no likeable characters, it is still a slasher film. In fairness, this needed to happen. His rap name was DJ Axum. They're all afraid Jason is using him as bait. Excuse me. The Jason I know would throw that dude through a window and chase these people around the house. Or sneaking in through the chimney works. This could be the same continuity as Jason Xmas. There was an F Christmas shirt earlier. Maybe now Trent can finally die. No, Trent, not the girlfriend. And stop posing for a duck-faced selfie. Ah, cops, this'll work out. I think he's late because he was at a town hall meeting to vote whether or not to change the name of the town to Forest Green. Jason is definitely voting to keep it as Crystal Lake. But there is one thing left to do before they can officially leave the cabin. That counts as throwing someone through a window. This is definitely Paramount Jason. And here is the moment we've all been waiting for. Trent getting killed. This better be worth it for them to keep him in the damn movie for this long. As they're touring around Jason's privately owned antiques mall, let it be known that Clay's sister Whitney is the only one in the movie who is celebrating World Sleep Day. No, Jason needed her because she reminded him of his mom, maybe? I don't know. Now they're all safe. It took me a minute to figure out if that was Clay's sister who got killed or the other girl. It was the other girl. Whitney is still alive. She has to pretend to be Jason's mom at some point.
Jason! It's okay. You can stop now.
Oh, now how is that supposed to confuse him? She looks nothing like Amy Steele pretending to be Betsy Palmer. Let's not kill him too hard, though. We need him resurrectable, just in case we can make a sequel.
Say hi to Mommy. In hell!
Jason's already been to hell, and the only thing he found was a burnt pedophile with a dirty red and green sweater. Here, drop him in the lake so that someone with telekinetic powers can bring him back if they want to. And let's redo the shot from the end of Jason X, signaling that there will be no follow-up to this movie as well. Cute. There's still no follow-up to this, so thanks for that non-ending. Despite there not being any sort of sequel to this movie, the 2009 Friday the 13th was the highest grossing movie in the series, bringing in $92 million worldwide, more than making up for its $19 million budget. What? How? Why? Jason Blum can make this exact same movie with the change in his pocket. With that kind of profit, it seemed natural that there would be a sequel. Talks of a sequel loomed for years, whether it was a found footage entry or a winter-based entry, but according to producer Brad Fuller, something about rights and Paramount and New Line and, more rights? Making movies is confusing. Oh, also, they were scared away from making a sequel because Rings performed poorly. Well, that's ridiculous. Just give them $5 million to make a Friday the 13th movie. You don't need more than that. It's a 40-year franchise. You're guaranteed to make that back and more in the opening weekend. It's not that hard. You don't need to be a Blumhouse to figure out that much. Plus, a sequel could have been a little bit better than this film, which is something the others in the series weren't, which is forgettable. This movie certainly amped up the nudity department, and Derek Mears is a great Jason, but the kills were unimaginative, and the characters were so obnoxious, it made sitting through an entire movie with them really difficult. Well, now what the hell am I supposed to do whenever there's a Friday the 13th? Oh, yeah, I guess I could finally get around to that Saturday the 14th sequel. As for next week, let me just take a look at my calendar. Oh, St. Patrick's Day is coming up. I hear there are more of those Leprechaun movies.
I'm not gonna go out there with a boner.